like plotting out my day when I'm going to sleep, I'll be up. I won't be able to fall asleep right away. Like you said, there's just that the
rush.
buzz getting finished. You're excited about that.
Yep. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back talking about our sleep schedule.
It'll be like 1 or 2 o'clock. I'll fall asleep. I'll wake up at like 10. I'll be up until like 4, and then I'll fall asleep again, and then I'll be normal.
Last year I woke up, and thank you for joining and liking and coming back. We really appreciate all you guys. We'll gather here shortly, and then we'll get rolling. Last year it was like 9:30. No, it was like 10:30 before I went to bed, maybe 11, and I slept till 4, and woke up, and then went till like 11 or midnight and went to sleep, and then I was back on my schedule. It was crazy how I kind of bounced it back together, and I don't know. I know I need more sleep in my life, or I should, but I mean, I've been doing this whole thing for months now, tracking my sleep, and I started out saying I need 8 hours of sleep a night, and I've knocked it down to 7 hours of sleep a night, but I'm constantly running at a deficit of about 25%. It's looking like my body tells me I need like 5.5 to 6 hours of sleep a night. It's insane, and I don't know if it's just unhealthy, but I snap awake and I can't sleep. I've now lately been snapping awake 10 minutes before my alarm goes off. It's nuts. All right, big thank you to
just had a couple rolling, didn't we?
Because I don't have this. Okay. I'm not smart, Riz. I do these things over and over and over again, and they don't come through. Okay, Golden, you, sir. Welcome to the home stretch. $169 for the St. Jude 25809. We are $4,200 away from. I mean, we've beaten our goal. Let's just put that out there for everybody. The goal has been superseded. Riz looks better now than he did at midnight, just so everybody knows.
That's probably true.
The goal has been superseded, and we're shooting for the 30 grand goal. What do we have at 30 grand? 30 grand gives us two really, really big things. One of them is actually a big thing. It's me being a big thing, doing the Fat Boy 40 in a full production. I mean, I will put this together. You guys will absolutely enjoy it. That's going to be great stuff to see. And then Ash, he's already committed to get a big lion tattoo from his shin around to his calf on his leg. Not some little deal, but a big one.
Big boy.
He's going to get it done at the Lions training camp party for us. If we
will figure out some way to make that work, because obviously they're not going to give him the tattoo at wherever we're hosting it. We will have
the restaurant may not have like the licensing for him to be able to do that, right? I think that's a bigger problem than them actually doing it, because I mean, like, we could do a prison style, right?
I don't think we want to do that to Ash. He's a good friend.
We don't want to do it to Ash. That's of all people. That's
poisoning.
But no, so we will make an event. We will turn it into an event. I think, to be honest, a tattoo parlor would probably love the kind of promotion that comes with doing something like that. As long as it's well controlled and monitored, you know, if we put it together in the right way, they'd probably absolutely love that. So we will definitely get that done. And maybe it'll be the day of. Maybe we'll do training camp in the morning. We'll take him and we'll do the event with a tattoo in the afternoon, and in the evening he'll want to kill the pain anyway, and so we'll pull out all the alcoholic beverages and have the party that night. That sounds like
a way to go. I like it.
All right, that's all going to happen when we get to $30,000. How do we get to $30,000? You go to stjude.org/DLP.
DLP. That's stjude.org/DLP.
Oh, there we go. Ohio Lion. O-Lion. Wait. O-Lion. Yeah. There's an Ohio Lion. Some of these names, they cross me up. $25.
I just picked that up. I'm so tired. I don't even pick these things. Oh, my God.
Great job, guys. Thank you, O-Lion. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Helping push us to that goal. 25,834.69. We're doing it. Thanks to you. You folks pushed us over the $25,000 goal. I still
can't believe we got that.
It was a moment for me. I was just like recounting everything, living up to getting up to that. That was amazing. Hey, we got some viewers on there right now. If you guys could all just take a second and hit the like button. I know we're asking for money and all the other stuff. the like button thing is a really big deal because that forces the algorithm on YouTube to push us so people see it, and that kind of self-perpetuates all the people that come see it, donate, all that stuff, and get involved. So those likes are really important for this one. So thank you, everybody who's dropping the likes here on the stream. We love you. We love you. Let's see. What do you call Jeff with 2 beans? $1,600 and Jeff in the bathroom.
Call me unhappy.
Should okay, tell you what. I've got the beans here. I got off easy last time. If you guys get us to 26.5, if we get to 26,500, Chris shall eat a bean boozler again. I'm trying to help us to get there. We've got what? It's 5. We've got 4 hours and 10 minutes to get to.
4 hours and 10 minutes.
That's like $1,000 an hour, right? That's what we need.
Yes. Sure.
Sorry. We got Carter on coming at us straight from Gainesville.
I don't even know.
Favorite shirt, Carter. You'll see me in the next week. Carter, morning, boys. Keep it up. Riz looks a bit worse for the wear compared to 8 hours ago.
The beans were tough, man.
Love it. I love this. I got hit with an old joke, Carter. Riz hit me with an old joke. Well, you're older than me. And
well, you are. It's fact.
This is a body made for speed, my friend. This is a finely tuned machine to be able to handle the curves of a 24-hour broadcast.
Yeah. So yeah, we're
he doesn't even have anything to say.
My mind is a little baked. Fortunately, it's not baked in the way that most people would consider it. It's just
Jordan, we did hit the goal. Now, the goal kind of stretched as we were talking, and I want to talk about it because you all deserve credit. You all deserve credit because you guys got us there. $25,000 was the original goal. It's $5,000 more than last year. Absolutely smashed it, just to smithereens. So you guys got it. The next goal is $30,000, about $4,000 away. We're not going to push it beyond that. But what we have at $30,000, there's 2 key things. It's me doing the 40-yard dash. It'll be fully produced. I guarantee it will be worth it to you. It will be top shelf, full, lots of fun. I might even I'll give it away just because there's only a couple of us here. It's nighttime, right? We're doing our thing. I have a feeling it's going to start with me kicking a bunch of beer cans off the nightstand and hitting the alarm, the snooze on the alarm. That's just how the open is. Okay, I've got a vision for what this is going to be. A well-produced segment on my 40-yard dash. It'll be fun. That's the first thing we get at $30,000. The second thing is we have Ash. He's going to get his tattoo that he's already gotten at $18,000. He said if we get to $30,000, he'll get the tattoo at the podcast training camp party. Yeah.
Yep.
Live. I'm having one.
Wow. And that's we will work out the logistics. We will work out the logistics on that. If you know someone who's a tattoo artist in Detroit, we might have to hit you up on that.
But first we got to get to $30K. We need $4,000.
We have to get there first. We don't want to put our chickens before they've hatched, before they lay the eggs.
Where are we going to put them? Before they hatched.
I don't know.
Under Mama Hen's buns. Shake your tail feather. Oh my God! Shake your tail feather, Riz. What time? Give me a time. Let's call it 8 o'clock for the tutu.
I was just gonna say 8 o'clock is probably good.
Okay, that's what we did get at 25,000. We got Riz showing up in a tutu.
We will get that, and we will do that when there's going to be more of an audience.
Steven,
that's just the fun that we have here.
Stephen P., thank you for adding $20 to the till. 2584.69. He said went to bed at 10,000, woke up 4 hours later at 25,000. Absolutely awesome job from everyone.
That's how it happens.
Also going from Fire Blandino to him donating 4 figures was so damn cool. Yeah, getting to know Dean was the experience changed me. It changed the way I deal with and think about people. He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He's been nothing but good to us, and that's started from a place of hate. Your Blandino hashtag was you, and somehow you turned that into him being a valued and a guy who wants to be on our podcast.
Yeah, I mean we've called him just out of the blue. Just popped up, said, "Hey, how's it going?" And he's like, he'll be on the show. It's cool, whatever. He's an awesome dude.
Unbelievable.
All right,
it really is.
I'm gonna tweet Riz the 8 a.m. commitment if you want to retweet it, because I know your brain's fried.
I will.
It'll be easier just to hit the retweet button.
I need the second wind. Third wind. Third. Get to 4 wins. Hey, that's it. Right. Hear me. Casino humor for y'all at 4:55 a.m. All right.
You'll see it at you here. Wow. What? At 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern time.
Oh my goodness.
To party.
Oh jeez. So I'm looking at Twitter now for the first time at all. Apparently there was an incident at a Travis Scott concert at Astro World Festival in Houston. 8 people were killed and multiple injured in a stampede. Good.
That sucks. This is the one thing that
the news sucks.
Yeah. To do something like this, I mean, look, the OBJ thing, it broke, it blew up, and it shriveled out all the time we did this broadcast.
It really did. It did. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Wild.
I'm not the fastest tweeter. You may have noticed that. You guys are much better at this than I am. All right. I gotta just let me pick a GIF. GIFs are always better. Gotta get a little.
Wow.
All right, that's pretty good.
There's a very low volume of tweets going on at this point.
All right. I feel like
I'm not gonna sit in this chair again for like a week.
Oh my God. When I just got up before we did the reset here to do the bio break, it was painful. I mean, everything just said no. 4 hours ago, hang in there, Jeffers and the Direct Lines podcast. Thank you, Gary. Gary,
thanks, Gary.
Yep.
Oh,
just a fabulous dude, fabulous family. You know what I mean? Just love Gary. He's such a great guy, so supportive.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see. This chair is not as comfortable either as it was when I started.
Yeah.
It's definitely the chair. It's not me.
Of course.
35,000 to not see Risden in a tutu. You might get Riz to donate.
Where's my PayPal account?
If his wife was up, we'd already be there.
That's probably true.
I hate to pick on you. I really, really do, and I am so sorry, but you're a great sport, Riz. I love you, brother. You put up with a lot of bullshit for me that you don't deserve, but
I do what I can.
Oh man! All right, if you don't mind, just retweeting that, Riz, because you got the reach.
I did.
Oh, okay, cool.
I got you.
You get what do I say? It's the reach of a silverback gorilla. Do they have long arms? I'm trying to think what has long arms. A reach of an octopus. The reach of a giant squid. There we go. Does that mean anything? It doesn't mean anything. All right. Okay, I'm going to unpin this thing. This whole managing of Twitter is too much. I need a social media team and an editing team and a production
absolutely need a social media intern.
God.
Can't pay you for anything with that. So
that's the whole problem. Like, I thought about it for like, hey, if I were to hire someone to do editing, what would I do? Right? What would I do? I'd have probably about 4 hours or 6 hours of work for somebody a week, right? That's not a full-time gig. I'd get somebody, I'd train them up, I'd show them exactly how I want it done because there's a specific way. But it's not enough work for somebody to stay busy, right? So I'm not going to be the top priority for them. So 3 weeks, a month and a half later, they're gone. I got to get the next person. And it's going to be this revolving door of training people. It's going to cost me more time to try to find somebody to do it. And then I'm paying them along the way. So now I'm spending more time and money, right? It's like, God, I really, oh my God, get Chris to try and pronounce that name thread. Yeah. Get the train off the tracks already. It's just something. Yeah, you're right. Hiring other people to do it loses authenticity.
It does.
Riz knows, and I say it, and I admit it, I'm a bitch about this stuff, but I'm very particular about what I want. It doesn't always wind up being the best, but it does wind up being.
You're very much a stickler for the audio-visual professionalism of the podcast.
And we will be having a meeting after the show, Riz, just so you
know. I might be late.
We will have a meeting at 9:15 sharp. You're buying the donuts.
I'm going to paint the eyes open at the back.
They gave us those googly eyes. I kept
trying to
think of what to use them for. That's another one that we were thinking of doing incentives, and I'd like to know what you guys think. Maybe for next year, like every $1,000, we add 10 balloons to the room, and like see how full we can get the room of balloons as we go on. Thought that might be kind of funny.
Get crowded out by balloons.
Exactly.
Yeah, they had several interesting ideas for us to do. We went with the beans. God dang it. Next year I'm voting no beans.
You're full in on the beans.
That's probably the worst moment of my year so far.
I'm telling you, just that, how I love those drops. We have a video drop now, buddy. That's going to go on for, that's going to live on. James R. Pellone. I hope I got that right. Pellone, something like that. Schlesinger smash. Love what you're doing. Corey Schlesinger. I can't.
Schlesinger. Corey.
I can speak German. Fullback. I can get those those consonants out. I promise. I just don't know if it's. I mean, there's me, right? But I got
breaking face mask, baby.
Yeah, Corey Schlesinger. Got him. Yeah, thank you, James. Appreciate the $20. We are now at $25,874. We're trying to get the $4,000 more here by 9 a.m. Anyone, a dollar helps. Everything helps us get there. This gets Ash doing his magic dance, and it gets me doing my 40-yard dash. Ash's tattoo is a good one. I was thinking of every $1,000 play a Slayer song. I would, if we were allowed to. If we were allowed to play commercial music, this place would be rocking. This place would be absolutely rocking.
Unfortunately, they will not allow us to do that. We can't even play it if we have permission from the band. Their merchandising, their licensing company would have to sign off on it, and they won't do that.
No. There's 3 people that you have to get signatures from to be able to play the music. All right, let's see. This does not have to be limited to Lions chat. We're good with that. Go ahead and go to town. Riz, what's your best outlook for the Lions as of today?
For this year, I'll say 2-15. I don't think they're winning more than two more games. They haven't won any more than 2 games.
2 more than 0, right?
It is. I guess that's technically true.
What's your prediction for 2026?
I hope to still be alive.
Super Bowl 60. Line it up with our inside knowledge guy, Dean Landino. Come on.
Wouldn't that be freaky if that happens? We'd have some serious questions for Dean at that point.
No, I wouldn't have any public questions for Dean. I'll put it that way. Sports betting's legal in Florida, man. I'm gonna retire real quick.
It is here too.
I think I look. There's 4 games left that are possible. I think now, and this is weird because the Lions could beat Green Bay. They could beat Arizona, right? I mean, it's an any given Sunday thing. But I really think you got Denver, you got Atlanta, which are potentials, right? I mean, there's a potential there. I don't have them favored, but there's potential there. I think the Vikings and the Bears are potentials too. I mean, the Bears are tough because we didn't play them very well in Chicago, but we know that neither team played kind of where they really are in that game. I think they're closer than what that game was. In Minnesota, it came down to one guy playing out of position and giving up a pass and costing us the game. We're at home. Now, we've played better on the road than we have at home, but those 4 games, there's a chance. There's a chance. The best outlook, I would say, is 4-13, right? I mean, that's the very best that I see this team doing.
I wouldn't rule out winning one of the next 2, either at Pittsburgh or at Cleveland. I know that seems wildly improbable on the surface of things. But where those 2 teams are at and how they've played, they're vulnerable if the Lions play the way they did against Minnesota or the way they did against Los Angeles. Those are games that the Lions can win if they're at their best and the other team doesn't have their A game. Pittsburgh
coming out of a Monday night game, short week. Yep. Lions coming off a bye with extra planning time. Angry. Nobody is happy with how that team went into that bye. Changes being made. Campbell said he's going to take a hold of that offense a little more. Well, he just said he's going to be more involved in the offense, right? We know that. He said he's grinding tape. He's not taking the time off. He's working. There's some real there's hidden motivations that Risen knows about for this team. I think, and journalist, at least investigative. I think of those 2 games, that Pittsburgh game is the one that lines up the best. I don't know if that's the game that they come out, but all the elements are there for them to come out and do it. And that's why, and it's too late for you guys to mess with it, I'm going money line on those boys in Pittsburgh. I'll probably lose money. I'll probably lose money. But if I don't, I'm going to make a ton. I'm going to make a lot of money on that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look at that right now. Let me tell. I think it was, when I last looked at it, it was like plus 500. Riz just doesn't even know what to say. He just said he's like, I just said they could potentially win it, and this dumb shit's gonna put money on it.
Certainly would not bet money that I can't afford to lose on it.
Oh yeah, no, I would never bet money I can't afford to lose.
That one's hard. The disclaimer that we have to read on the air all the time is, don't wager more money than you can afford to lose. That's very true in betting on the Detroit Lions, because the chances are, although if you're betting money line, you're probably going to lose. If you bet with the odds, maybe you got a better shot there. I think with the spread, they are now 4-4 this year, so you've got a fair chance there.
Yeah, where we're NFL,
but money line, they are.
They're not. What happened? No. What are you doing, DraftKings? You used to go out further. They're only giving me this week's games. I don't need this week's games.
The wall. Me.
Darn it. I
climb that wall.
Okay. I'm going to look somewhere else. I shouldn't even be looking at that stupid app because those idiots didn't pay us. Those DK.
There's so many different choices that you have now.
Yeah, we got, for right now, the first one that opened up was Hard Rock in Florida, legal.
Okay.
Not a fan of the app. I like the one I just mentioned better, but I did. They're small bets, but I made some crazy money line bets again on college ball this week. So I'm going to wake up and see. Well, just wake up and see what happened. But it makes it more fun. It just makes it more fun. Let's see. Here we go.
Let's see what I'm looking for here. NFL. Where's NFL? I need next week. I don't need this week.
Lions, Pittsburgh. What's the date on that? That's what I need.
It'd be the 15th. What's today?
Today's Saturday the 6th, the 7th. So it'll be the 14th.
Yeah. I'm scrolling down myself here. I got nothing there.
There we go. I think I got it.
I don't know if Pittsburgh being half-point favorites at home against the Bears on Monday night is.
It's interesting. Okay, -9 the Steelers. There's my money line. There's my money line.
That's going to put that as a healthy money line.
Yeah. It's going to be, I remember, I saw it was like plus 500. Straight Lions par.
Wow.
It was. I remember. Let's see. Money line. Here we go. Let's open it up. Okay. That's not right. Plus 360. That's all wrong. What am I? You guys smoking. You guys smoking.
That means more people have your idea.
And Vegas knows. Right? Vegas knows. Yep. You've got a 9-point spread. Okay. Over under 43.5. Okay. But it says the best money line is unavailable. You friggin'. There it is. I'm telling you. I hope they don't know. We'll see. They always know though. But not like I know. I'm an investigative journalist. Did you know that? I'm investigative.
Sort of, yes.
I'm investigative. Hey guys, you want to go through the current draft class and say what you want to see out of them for the rest of the year? We can do that. That's not a bad.
That's good, yeah.
Let me pop it open here real quick. So I have my cheater cheats.
We can hit that one.
And I can walk you through, Riz. You don't have to look it up. I got you covered, brother. You probably have it memorized. Actually, you're like a freaking photographic memory.
I had to do a mock. I did a mock draft this week. Check it out at footballrealgm.com. I did a mock.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Lions. 2021 draft, not what's to come. What we've done already, and what we expect.
What we've done.
Yes, what we expect from.
What have we done? I took a pretty darn good offensive tackle at number 7.
Yeah, I look at this draft class and I'm happy, but there are some questions. They're rookies though, right? So this is actually probably a good deal, Mike. I appreciate you, Mike Holloman, bringing this up. This is good. Chris equals Keith Morrison. I have no idea who Keith Morrison is. Should I know that?
I think we have to be.
Is that a reference I should understand?
I think we have to be somewhat pleased with Penei Sewell and how he's developed. He's had some rough spots. He's still not perfect, but he's getting the job done.
Oh my God! Sorry, Jason. Thank you so much for that laugh. Yes, Chris equals Keith Morrison. After I did the whole like investigative journalist thing, Canadian broadcast journalist. He's Datelines, Keith Morrison. He's the big flowing white hair, right?
He's such a weird looking guy.
Yeah.
Skeletor with skin.
I love that. I did not get the reference.
In hair.
I looked him up.
Yeah, he's an odd looking dude.
That's the kind of laugh I need. Let's see.
He's the moment, not Geraldo.
27. And folks, if all of you folks on, please hit the like button as everyone's waking up. Those likes help YouTube poke this in people's faces, and it helps us get in front of them, and then they come in and we raise money for St. Jude by having people go to stjude.org/DLP. All right. Also, I have to say one other thing. You can go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. Don't give up on it if you don't see exactly what you want, because there's a whole lot of stuff getting added here in the next couple days. It's still on the way in. It's still getting purchased out there. We got some really, really good stuff. Signed balls, Penei Sewell. Dinner with us, Riz. $101. Second highest bid item on there. Some good stuff in there, though. You got Hawkinson stuff, Swift.
All kinds of signed balls, signed helmets, all signed jerseys.
Yep. The white balls are from the Detroit Lions themselves. Detroit Lions organization donated those. They're really great over there. Okay, let's see. Penei Sewell, number 1 pick. What do we expect from him for the rest of the year? This is a guy, Decker went out early. It's like,
where's he going to play?
He's going to play on the right side. That's where he's going to play. Taylor Decker's not.
I agree with that.
Period. End of story. Knowing he can go to the left tackle, though, already is a huge bonus for this team because, Riz, and you're going to have to help me with this, but I think it's a majority of the time the plan on the offensive line is if the left tackle goes down, the right tackle comes over, even though it's very, very, very difficult.
In most cases, yes.
It's rare to have 2 left tackles, right? It's just because there's such a high skill position. We have a guy that we've just seen who can do that in spades. Ask Aaron Donald how well Penei Sewell is as a left tackle. He's going to be a monster at right tackle as well. He's a young kid, smart kid. Just hit 20. Just got old enough to drink. Think about that just for a minute. And this guy is murdering Aaron Donald.
Youngest player in the NFL.
Yeah. Penei Sewell has nothing but upside, I think. He looks very, very strong, very, very robust. Will not leave. I heard from a friend of a friend of a friend that they tried to pull him out of the game for a play, and he said, and somebody came in and said, "You got to go." He said, "No, you can play guard. I'm not leaving."
You play guard.
That's a kneecap biter, right? I mean, that's exactly what it is, to use the Campbell term. Penei Sewell is a great addition to this team, and will be for.
You understand then more of the allure and the reason why they were so excited to get him.
This excited. Dan Brad Holmes letting everyone know. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. Machia, I think we're pretty good. Let me check in. We'll see how things are going. We got a couple of things to keep us going, but we're going to stay with our flow here for a few. Okay, so number 2, Levi. God, I can't even say Levi Onwuzurike. I was anticipating
the hard part, right?
I was anticipating his last name, so I messed up his first name. I'm going to let you. I kind of led on this one. I'm going to let you lead on this one. I want to see what you say before I
need to see him do more with more consistent reps. He has had a couple of games where I'm like, okay. Against Philadelphia, he was awful. He was, of many bad players, he might have been the worst Lion on the field. And that's saying something in that game.
Yeah, it's saying a lot.
One of the big issues that we had with him coming out of Washington from when he played before he sat out the year was he had a lot of trouble with pad level. And the Philadelphia Evils, that works actually, exploited that very well. And I want to see how he responds to having a very bad game. Because, like as a rookie, you're going to have your good games. You're going to have your bad games. When you fall on your face as bad as he did in Philadelphia or against Philadelphia, what he can bring after that. How well does he rebound? How well does he regroup mentally coming out of another week where he had to think about, like, oh, my God, I played like shit. And like the players know. The players know when they haven't done well.
Yep.
Even going into a break where they're going to be looking at the film room, sort of on their own. So I am very curious as to what happens. And I'll be honest, I don't know what to make of it because this is a guy that they brought in, and they brought in Brockers at his position. They already had Nick Williams kind of at his position. They have Kevin Strong coming back at his position. And I know the coaches like him. Certain specific coaches very much like Kevin Strong. I hope that it starts to click more consistently for Levi because it hasn't been great this year, and it hasn't been as good as they need it to be to have confidence in him going forward that you can let Nick Williams go, that you can let Michael Brockers maybe go away, and be confident that you've got your solution in-house there. Maybe Deshaun Hand can help with that. I don't know. I personally wouldn't rely on Deshaun to stay healthy just because that's
He hasn't shown. Does, right?
So remember, we had Dan Shanka from our lads come on after the draft.
Love Dan Shanka. He's such a
Dan will be back with us again this year. But one of the things that he said, and I agreed with him, we both had Alim McNeil rated higher than Levi Onwuzurike, and thus far that has been validated.
So you took the words right out of mouth about wanting to see more. I'm not down on him. I know he's had a bad game. He's had some bad reps.
I don't want to be like overly negative on him, but he's got to be more.
Yeah, I would not want his sophomore year to be this. Seeing this, I kind of feel like there best not be a sophomore slump or that's a real sign of trouble. I want to see him learn. I want to see him grow. This is not an indictment, but it is not that second round impact pick that you want when you pick where we picked. When you pick that guy is a starter.
He was what, 35, right?
Yeah, yep. That guy is a starter. Oh, I'm sorry, 41. He was 41.
41.
That guy is a guy that should be starting for you in every game. And he starts, but it's not starter caliber all the time. So I want more.
And I think
not more.
There were enough flags that came out. He sat out a year. He had a hip injury that dated back to before he sat out. That never really got. This is a tough one because then you hear Brad Holmes at his press conference like, I was ready to trade up into the first round for him. I'm like, I don't know if I wanted you to say that, Brad.
Yeah, he said the quiet part loud. That's not.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's one that concerns me.
What do you expect for the rest of the year, though? What do you expect for the rest of the year out of him?
I want him to create a sack on his own, and I want him to not get washed out on the run game. I want him to be where you're not yelling at his pad level after a game watching the film.
Are we still paying for a coach that might be able to help with pad level? Sorry, I didn't mean to go there. I didn't mean to touch in your fandom.
I'd rather not think about
that. Or John Stafford. Okay, we'll move on to the third round, first pick of the third round that they had. They had two. This is 72 overall. Decided another defensive tackle was a good idea, and we went with Alim McNeil out of NC State.
I like what we've seen so far.
Yeah, this is a guy that I expect about the same from him for the rest of the year. I don't think I'm going to see a real big upward trajectory, but I do. Yeah. I expect him to be solid, like we've seen. I expect him next year to take a real step forward. I think
he has blown Penasini away.
Yep,
and that makes me happy.
Yeah,
nothing against Penasini, but McNeil, you're seeing why Dan Shanka and I liked him a lot. You're seeing why a lot of the draft Nick community liked what they saw, because this is a guy. He number 28 in college because he was an athlete, and I'm very happy that he's on this team. I think he is a future, I don't want to say impact talent, but this is a guy who's going to be an above average player at his position.
Yeah. And the thing about Penasini that was exposed, and this may be something we see going forward, you can't move him backwards, but that's not what the Eagles did to him. They moved him side to side, and once you move him side to side, it's over. It's absolutely over. So as we've said, the whole we were talking earlier about I think it was with Mark Schofield. We were talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and what they've done. And they made it a Super Bowl, and then they won a Super Bowl, and then they made it to another, and not this year's not as good. Something happened when they played the Lions and Matt Patricia. They exposed the defense, exposed the offense, and people have been playing them a lot tougher and a lot better ever since that game. Mm-hmm. And I think that's actually what the Chiefs are facing. They've kind of figured it out a little. And it worries me a little bit that, maybe the Eagles did that with Penasini. So we will see how that plays out. But something to watch. Back to Lee McNeil.
What worried me with Penasini against Philadelphia is they did it with one guy.
Yeah.
And that can't happen.
No. All right, so we got that going on. Let's move on to our second pick of the third round, number 101 overall. Ifeatu Melifonwu. If he doesn't like to be called.
If only we knew what he could do.
Well, so we saw him for a game and a half, was it?
Yes. He was injured the week after Okuda went down.
He looked decent for that week and a half. At the end, he looked like, hey, this guy could be a guy, right? He's on his way.
I'll take you back to like the second week of training camp. He was not looking good.
No, I remember that very clearly.
Nah, he picked it up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Credit, he got a lot better quickly, and he played well when he was given a chance. I hope that he's going to be back this season. It sounds like there's a chance he could be back as early as Thanksgiving. That's probably the earliest he'll be back, but he's a starter. Like when he comes back, and whether that comes at Jerry's expense or whether that comes at Amani's expense, he's proven that he belongs in the lineup over one, if not both of those guys.
Yeah.
Based on what little tidbit we saw and what his draft potential says he can be, and what his athleticism says he can be. So I'm a lot more bullish on him than I thought I'd be at this point, especially for a guy that's hurt, if that makes sense. He hasn't shown me that he can't play.
And his trajectory was spectacular before he got hurt. What's concerning is that it is a thigh injury that suddenly is worse than what we thought. And I'm like, what could this be? What kind of injury is this? I mean,
the injury thing, we hear, Taylor Decker hurt his finger, and we're like, okay, all right, maybe he's going to miss this week one game. And then it turned into, oh crap, they put him on IR. Okay, he'll be out. He'll be back week 4 because he only has to be out 3 weeks. Right. Week 4 comes around, they're like, yeah, he's a month away yet. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What's going on? Yeah. It's a finger.
Yeah, and then you find out
you got 8 other ones. Or 9 other ones.
6 pins later. That's cue the SpongeBob meme. 6 pins later. Right? Yeah, that's not a good sign. So he's back. That's okay. Iffy, we'll see. This is. I mean, I did not think of a thigh injury that would last this kind of time. I mean, I hope it's not like some kind of.
I wonder. So one of the reasons that Quandre Diggs was allegedly underperforming was because of a thigh injury. He had the surgery as soon as he got to Seattle, and instantly, like they just drained blood out of a Charlie horse. Was basically all they did, and he turned into a Pro Bowler.
Man. All right.
It still bugs me, Chris. You know that bothers. That specific move really, really bothered me, and it still does.
Yeah. It's grown to bother me more and more and more. But there's a lot of things that have grown to bother me.
Scott Bischoff and I had a very animated conversation about it, and we were both like animated on the same side of the argument. The year after that happened.
Oh, yeah? You think that's bad? Well, it's even worse, cuz. All right.
God, I haven't talked to Scott. I need to talk to Scott. It's been too long.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to him since the week before the draft, I want to say.
I haven't even seen him. Yeah.
I need you, buddy.
All right, let's go to round 4. We had 2 picks in the 4th round at number 112 and 113. We had 2 picks. Amon-Ra St. Brown, USC wide receiver at 112. What do you expect from him the rest of the season?
I expect him to lead the team in targets the rest of the season. That includes Hawkinson and Swift. It hasn't worked out that way. He needs to get more targets. He needs to get more targets than Khalif.
Lead the team in targets?
Probably a better receiver.
Lead the team in targets?
I need to see. He's the most consistent offensive threat at the wide receiver position, and I want to get Goff away from being so reliant on the tight ends and the running backs. I want to see him look at wide receivers more. Mm-hmm. To say if you want to learn more about Goff, Can he make Amon-Ra St. Brown a better wide receiver? To this point, the answer to that is hell no. And I want to see if maybe more time, more chemistry, better usage of the offense helps that, because that would be a feather in Goff's cap. And I would think that would be in the best interest of the people who brought Jared Goff in with the hope that he would be the long-term answer, would want that to happen.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So
I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. I'm still kind of trying to process the team in targets. I would rather see those targets spread across the rest of the wide receivers. Look, he's the guy. He's the guy. I guess we really already know that. But God, leading the team in targets, that makes me think we are 0-17 if he leads the team in targets for the rest of the year.
So I think he can do. I like what he does after the catch. I like him on 2nd and 8 to get me 9 instead of 2nd and 8 and getting me 7.
Yeah.
Which is what happens too often with Hawkinson, who goes down on first contact way too much, and Swift, who also does that when he's out in space.
Yeah. It's the Ebron effect. Okay, that's fair. I'm good with that. Let's move on to the pick right after 112, 113 in the 4th round. Derek Barnes, linebacker out of Purdue. I like what I've seen out of this guy. Again, as a rookie, he's been playing really well. He had a tough week. Collins going away made everybody better. Made Anzalone a lot better.
So he right now is sharing that number 1B role with Jalen Reeves-Maybin.
Yep.
And they're platooning it. I would, and nothing against JRM, but I would hope that Derek Barnes takes over that role more prominently. And instead of it being a 55-45 split, I want to see it be 75-25 in favor of Derek Barnes, because he offers so much more
by the end of the year. Yeah. And I feel bad because
he can keep growing into that. He's had issues where he gets hung up on the block too much, looking for the ball. And that is something that he can work on. And it's something that I hope that they do work on him with, because there's a lot to like about Derek Barnes. And we've seen some of those things. We need to see a little bit more, but I would also like to see them blitz him more, because this is a guy who was a really good pass rusher at Purdue. And I want to see them turn that loose a little bit more and be more aggressive on defense overall. And he's a big part of why they could do that and be successful.
Yeah. How do I put it? I feel bad for Jalen Reeves-Maybin, because he could have been so much more in this league. He's quick. He's talented. He just suffered at the hands of coaches who had no idea how to use him for far too long, and squandered what could have been a pretty darn good career beyond just the special teams ace role that he played. Right. He seems to be a pretty cool cat too. So that just bums me out. Right. By the same token, 100% I'm behind that idea. I mean, you got a guy you drafted to take that role. You want him to take that role. If not, you failed at drafting. That's really what it comes down to. That's the math on that. So yeah, no.
If you've got him and you've got Alex Anzalone can come back.
Anzalone. He's the captain.
You've got your 2 linebackers. You don't need to draft one. For the love of God, don't take Nakobe Dean in the 1st round. He's a good player. He's not what you need. You're not. Is the Aaron Glenn defense, which I says to Chris when he was on, it's not a defense that's designed to have your linebacker be your best player. And to go back to Chris's point a little bit, you don't take the position that's not designed to be your best player with a prominent draft pick. That's why we're in the mess we're in, because Bob Quinn kept doing that.
He kept
an off-the-ball linebacker in a defense like this before the 4th round.
Linebackers were super important in the Matt Patricia defense. And
yes, they were.
And they didn't get good linebackers.
And look
here's a thumper. I don't want a thumper.
As I lamented loudly before the draft, you show me a defense where the best players are their linebackers, where their feature players are their linebackers, I will show you a bad defense. And that's still true.
Absolutely. Yep. All right. And last but not least, I mean, literally Risen's favorite pick of years of drafts, Jamar Jefferson in the 7th round, 257th overall. He's the only one that got a touchdown against Philadelphia, right? Okay.
Yeah. So he had 2 carries for 6 yards, and he had the touchdown for 8 yards.
That's right.
Got the way the cookie crumbled.
Look, I don't know that I like the pick, but I like the kid.
I like the player.
Yeah. I cannot not think about him on that sled at training camp and the suffering that poor boy did. And Jamal Williams, the funniest guy in the world. Oh God, what was it? Man, the power of Christ compels you as they walk off to that sled. That was a weapon of a murder weapon. That sled. Jamar suffered through that and did it, and he did it willingly. I mean, he didn't want to, but he did it. He didn't shirk end to end, and everyone was with him, and he suffered and did it. And you know what? That showed a lot of heart to me. You know what I mean? That showed a lot of I'm here to learn. I'm going to do what it takes to get better. The whole kind of thing. Oh. And he's got the right attitude. He's got some skills. Again, not necessarily like the pick, but here he is. He's here. And I think he's got something, and I think he becomes a good backup for us and gives us some depth at a position that we actually have a little bit of strength at. So I feel that's why I feel so good about the running game for the Lions as one of the things that we're okay for Goff going forward.
There's certainly no need to try and replace him next year.
You don't want to use a 5th round pick?
He's had 2 carries in 8 games.
So a 3rd round pick.
This is not necessarily a priority.
First overall? I'm just escalating your hatred.
Oh my God.
When you do an hour and a half podcast during the week, that kind of stuff is funny. When you're on an hour and 20, it's not as funny anymore.
It's just sad because, oh my God, look at.
Come on, Riz, you can do it.
No running backs, please. I want just one draft without a running back, not one. You give me a draft with no running backs and no off-ball linebackers, and I might climax right there.
You want to do the draft show this year?
Hands free, baby.
You had me at climax. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Stop investing draft spots at positions where you can sign. All right, I'll go off a little bit here. I'll keep it quiet because people in my house are sleeping. Current NFC Defensive Player of the Month is Devondre Campbell, from the Packers. This was a guy that I wanted the Lions to sign very much. This was a guy who was a 4th round pick out of Minnesota who wasn't particularly good in Atlanta. He had a 1 stopover year where he was acceptable in Arizona. But because Green Bay has really good players at the positions around him, he's looked really good. I will look at a guy like Demario Davis, who thrives in the role in New Orleans, where he was okay in Cleveland. He wasn't that good. He was okay with the Jets. Wasn't bad. But again, because he had a good cast around him, he thrived in the role of the off-ball linebacker. If you upgrade the players around the off-ball linebackers that are already on this team, Anzalone and Barnes, one of them can be Devondre Campbell or Demario Davis. You don't need to try and find, I don't know. Those guys are middle round. I think Demario Davis was a 5th round pick. Devondre was a 4th round pick. You can find guys. Dre Greenlaw in San Francisco, another example, because he's playing behind a really good line. He looks like a good linebacker. He's a 5th round pick. You don't need Devin White being as Luke Easterling, who covers the Bucs. Well, the worst player on their defense, but he shined when he needed to.
Yeah. Oh man, I just put this one here.
I'm just going back through like all the guests we've had in the last day. Like, it's been so cool talking to all these people. Having Lomas and Herman with Coach, Luke, having Micro Mike come in and give us a jolt of energy when we needed it. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was.
Having all the people that have come in, like, it's been really cool. It shows me how much appreciation there is for this podcast. That makes me very happy.
Yeah. Well, you put a lot of work in it, right? And to see people kind of appreciate it, it feels good. And then appreciated it. Almost $26,000 for St. Jude. That is something quite special.
That's unbelievable,
right? I mean, unbelievable. But guys, that's not enough. We need $4,000 more. We're gonna start grabbing you guys by your ankles. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That's why we're here. If you got any spare change, rattle around, check the couch, whatever you got. Any amount is great, and we appreciate it. We want to pump that up. We need to get to the 30K mark and help these kids, help these families, and push the limit on this as best we can. We've got some great stuff. The tattoo thing with Ash is going to be spectacular. I just got ashed. When is Ask going to come in and help us? I'll tell you what, I got a little video of our guy, him paying his dues for the pies that he promised. Here we go. Let's get Ash on.
All right. Well, I didn't get nearly enough whipped cream for this because I didn't really think I'd end up doing 18. And they're starting to wilt. So I'm just going to record this and send it to you guys. So glasses off because we're serious. And I've made some terrible, terrible promises.
It's the tattoo. That's the bad one, Ash.
So, first two.
Oh! With malice.
3 and 4.
This is where he starts to look like Uncle Fester from the Addams Family.
5 and 6.
That may be a serial killer. I'm not sure which.
Seven and 8. Nine and 10. Oh, almost dropped that one.
Oof.
Shall we go for a dozen, folks? $13, $14. Yep, that's the right math. Up to 16 after these. And here we go. As promised, 18 pies. You guys are the best. Oh. Fuck you very much.
Ash, coming back strong. Riz is taking a quick bio break. Ash does his pies and does it. And though he didn't take the sweater off, Mike, the reason the sweater stayed is because at 16,000, I think it was, he said he would give the sweater out and have it burned because he was taking all kinds of cardigan crap. So we're actually going to send the sweater to Wisco to burn that thing. So we got some videos coming out of that. That's some good quality stuff, man. This is This is for real, boy. He didn't bust his nose open there at the end. He did okay. It was just like a big spot where the pan hit and it wiped the whipped cream off. He's in good shape, but so the sweater's burning. He went with the tattoo. He went with 18 pies, and he was gonna hurt himself with the pies. Those are all like level ups he set up while we were talking, right?
God bless him.
I was trying to remember all the things. And then he said at 30, if we get to 30 grand. Oh, no.
He would do.
So the tattoo, at 18 grand, it's 16 grand. I don't know. It's one of those two.
It was 18. It was 18.
18 grand. He was going to get a tattoo from his shin all the way around his calf. Not a little one. And it's going to be a
it's like wrapping around. Yeah.
Yep. A Lions logo. He said if we get to 30 grand, that he is going to do that live at the training camp party. We're going to work that out and get a chance to have, get it on video, have a live crowd watch him get that tattoo, that Lions tattoo. So we are dying to see if we can get to that 30 grand mark. We need four grand more. 4 grand more puts us over the top. And also at the 30 grand mark, you'll get to see a very highly produced, wonderful production of me doing the Fat Boy 40. So there you go.
Oh, we need to have this happen.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, we do. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. Also, let's not forget in just 3 hours and 15 minutes, or no, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Ash,
3 hours and 15 minutes. We're done with this bad boy.
Done. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Not Ash. Riz is going to put the tutu on and do a little dance.
Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight.
Get down this morning. A shin tattoo sounds very painful. Yes, he talked about that. The tattoo over the bones are quite painful. Riz, do you have any tats?
I do not. You?
No. I've been like, I was never that into them, but I've been thinking like, I kind of want one. There are a couple ideas that I thought would be neat, but there's nothing I could really just straight settle on. And there's one, you knew Black Coffee. There's one I've wanted since I was like in my 20s, and I would still get it, but I just feel like I don't know if it's not enough or whatever. But Black Flag, they're like my baseline band. They've set my tone for my attitude since I was 17, 16 years old. Right, I saw them at the Blind Pig in Ann Arbor. They are my band. The 4 black bars they have. Right, that they're stacked. I always wanted the 4 bars up on my bicep or up on my shoulder. I was like, that would be so freaking great. Never did it, and I feel like it's just by itself. It doesn't have anything. You know what I mean? I would know what it means, and I guess that's what's important. But never gotten any ink. I kind of have this desire to get something though. I just don't know what.
You're still young enough to make it happen. Just don't get it on your face.
Oh God, you really regret the old thing. You really regret the old comment earlier. You just said I'm young enough to make it happen. You're trying to pay your penance. Riz retreated into his comfort. He was in his comfort zone. He's got his Bobcats hat on. He like just got to do his like. It was the beans that did it. It was the beans.
It was doing really good until that bean rally. That was. That was awful. It was really, really. In fact, I can still feel it in the mouth. I can still.
I've heard that before.
They were so bad. So bad.
I get that a lot. Is Lions Wire a subreddit? It's not. Have you guys thought of doing like a Wire subreddit, or is that just management that you don't want to have?
I don't think there's any interest in that.
Okay. There you go.
I think in general, we try to stay away from having that sort of forum aspect to it.
Interesting. So there you go. Jordan, you can start your own Lions Wire subreddit, because anybody can start any subreddit, and you can have fun and talk dirt about all the folks at Lions Wire. I can give you some insider info.
There's like 3 of us. So.
Yep. I got you covered. Hit me on the DL. All right, where are we here? A quick reminder for everybody watching, please hit that like button. We're getting to the point where folks are waking up. We are in the last 3 hours and 15 minutes of the show, and we want to make sure we get everyone there, everyone to get involved. We need to get 4,000 more. We need $4,000 more in this last 3 hours, 12 minutes. And we're counting you guys to help us make that happen. So please hit the like button so YouTube pushes us in front of people. There you go. All right.
We might have a guest here. You want to look on the guest hopper line.
Holy free jolies. Let me do the...
Do you see what?
He's awake. He's
Look at this. He's
you.
Back for the attack.
Well, let me just say that I committed to last night, and last night got carried away. I'm on a bye week. This is not an hour I normally see. Don't like it. But I woke up and I was in a cold sweat, and I said, I let those guys down.
Oh.
And so I've been awake for about as long as I've been in the waiting room.
How long has that been?
I don't know, like 10 minutes.
Oh, man. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, no, we did it on purpose. So you could.
And doing a drive-by. Or, I don't know.
We appreciate you joining us with your reluctant awakeness. You're too, buddy.
I feel like it's commiseration and misery.
It happens at this time of day.
But you could have rolled over, Justin. You could have just rolled over and said, it doesn't matter. Oh, gosh. Poor guy. So did you actually do something for the bye week? Did you go out, have a nice dinner, spend some time with special people in your life?
I did go have a nice dinner last night.
That's awesome.
Little Flowers of Vietnam action, if you're familiar, in the Metro Detroit area. It's one of my personal favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
And ran up an obscene bill that was not appropriate for a journalist. But look,
McDonald's is inappropriate for a journalist.
It's the inflation at McDonald's has not kept up with the inflation of my paycheck. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh. So here we are, almost 26 grand, Justin. It's a far cry from when we started, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a I don't know if that's a reference to what I started making in some other conversation, but that is definitely what I started at in my career.
We have topped. We hit our goal. We're aiming for more. We're trying to get to 30 grand now. So Chris,
you're going for my year 3 salary. Whoa.
I think that's about what I made as a teacher back in 2000.
This is just a lesson that I need to run a telethon to make sure that I am adequately paid each year.
The Justin Rogers Flowers of Vietnam special.
Yeah. I feel like we'd get at least half of what this drew.
Yeah, I bet you could. And just drop some bombs every now and again. Speaking of which, I got some for you when we talk. The interesting part is when we get to 30 grand. So things always escalate in these things, right? You know, and it's how it works. It's just how people are, and they get caught up. We wound up at $18,000. Ash Thompson is getting a lion's tattoo from his shin all the way wrapped, not a little one, wrapped around to his calf, right? A little bit of pain on the front, all the way around. He's like, boom. We rolled right past it. He said, I'll tell you what, if you guys get to 30K, I'll do it at the party, the training camp party. I'll fly into town and we'll do it there or like that day and get it videoed and the whole thing. And so we're really, really driving for the 30 grand. Because the other thing at 30 grand, I said I would do the Fat Boy 40. And you saw Did you see the Fat Boy 40?
No.
Let me do some preparations here, my friend.
All right.
It's well worth your time.
Ask Ash what we need to do to get this tattoo wrapped up to his thigh. Like, what's the dollar amount then? I might sell a car.
Okay, this we've shown this a couple times. This is Matt. I'll tell a little bit of story afterwards, but he won the Fat Boy 40. Here we go.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fat Boy 40.
Rich Eisen, just it's a spirit animal here. how you see them work out, prepping at the combine, right, Justin?
That's exactly what they do. This guy's more flexible than me, which is sad.
There may be a doping thing here, really, what you'll see. And I'm not sure if this is legal. I'd like you to weigh in on it for us.
I'm mad if his leg snaps and you guys haven't set me up for this.
All right. Gotta prepare.
Is this often done at the combine? The inhaler.
This is the face of determination. Okay.
All right. This is one of my favorite parts, the confident strut. But the first thing he says when he comes out of the box is it's pretty special too. He's got the confidence here, and then there's this little flowery toss, and then the audio here.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully I don't injure myself. Oh my god, it's fucking hurt.
Imagine his heart right now. It's like, what are you doing? We haven't done this since junior high.
We had a deal. What are you doing to me? So the really cool story out of this is he was inspired by it, and he said he's using this as a benchmark leading into next year. He's he's kicking off a weight loss journey, and he wants to compare this to where he gets to next year, and he's really buckling down to see what he can do. So this could be a new start for him. It's a lot of fun, but maybe some good can come out of it too for him. And we're hoping to see guy more with your shape, Justin, next year.
Oh man, I could also stand to lose some weight. Maybe not that much, but I got some beat writer 20 I need to drop for sure. You let that gentleman know
on a lot of waistlines. Yeah.
You let that gentleman know that I do give a thumbs up to intermittent fasting. I think it's just a nice way to control your eating at night, and has worked well for me in what limited execution I've had of it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We kind of broke you at the party, but you still came, and I appreciated that. I mean, you had a couple beers. You're like, I gotta come, and I'm gonna be pressured, and it's gonna be uncomfortable. I don't want it. And so, don't worry about it. We got you covered. And you came out. You're like, F it. You had a good time. I appreciate that you came, and I apologize that you did break form that night.
I don't remember any of it. Buried it.
That's good. It
was a good time. We think you had a good time. Yeah.
It's just weird that you had to tell your crowd I was Jerry Judy because he didn't show. But they bought it, so it was good.
Some people call him Jerry Jacobs, but that's okay. We could have called him
Jerry Judy. Oh my goodness, yeah. 556. Let's go.
Oh, that's great.
It's that kind of day, my
Jacobs.
I couldn't let it land if it wasn't going to. So
the brain will snap on about 6:30. That's about when I'm waiting for the family to wake up and like individually one by one drift into the room. Like, what the hell is going on in there?
What are you doing?
The wife comes first and says, "Fat boy porn, really? What's going on here?"
It's third time this month.
It's Saturday, right? We agree on
this is the 7th.
I would say if you're around at 8 o'clock, that's the time. Riz is going to be doing his tutu, donning his tutu, because we got the 25 level hit, and he shall be dancing for us.
The weird part is none of his kids did dance. He just has that in the house, ready to go.
That would be true. Wait.
Oh God, that is so right. It's so right, but it's so wrong.
He talks about his volleyball days a lot, but ballet just buries it.
Oh, well, he wore it.
You don't find many ballerinas with size 14 feet.
It was all fine until he came down from the block. Oh my gosh. So what does a beat writer do on a Saturday of bye week? Nobody's back at the building till tomorrow, right?
I don't know. I'll show up when they tell me to show up.
You stalk what college football games all the different staffers are at.
No. I do. I am legitimately trying to take a day. You know what? Hold off. Apparently, so Zoom kills the battery on my phone, my computer. I'm gonna go get my power cord because this thing went from like 80 to 20 real quick.
Do you think
the full baseball scouting scale?
I know that feeling. I had to run and get one week while we were doing the podcast because I went from 100% down to like 22% in like 40 minutes. That's the way that goes.
Jordan, you're probably not right. Just this is. I feel bad for Justin. I mean, number one, that he felt bad enough that he had to call because he didn't have to. Nobody would have thought anything, right? I mean, it's fine,
right?
But then he calls and he's like barely functional. That's God. He deserves better than us.
I'm duly impressed that other people are up. And
he deserves better than us at 6 a.m.
Just speaking from a like, I'm not obviously in Allen Park the way he is. The ability to get even half a day off during this time of year is clutch. So if Justin can pull that off, I'm very happy for him.
It's funny. I called my boss yesterday because I do a daily kind of check in. I don't even know why. Like generally, it's like, hey, I'm going to write some stuff. I don't have a plan. I just go in every day, kind of freewheeling it. But I called him yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to take the day off. Like I called him just to remind him I wasn't working. So I'm the reason they cut Tyrell Williams yesterday. Just a reminder that I needed to file something for the 48th straight day.
So let's talk about that schedule really quick, Justin. I mean, it starts July with camp,
late
and
July.
You go through June, and you get a couple days off in there, and that's it.
I take mid-June to late July off. Mm-hmm. Like I take it off, unless, the quarterback is signing a contract extension or, the team is being sold. Like, don't call me. Yeah. But then once it gets, I probably, that joke maybe lands a little too hard for some people, but, once training camp starts, like there just aren't a lot of days off, right? Yeah. Like you're working every day, filing something every day, and then you kind of drift into regular season mode. And that like last week of training camp's the worst because not only am I like writing regular stories, I'm filing season preview stories. So then that ends up being somewhere between 80 and 100 hours. I don't know. I lose track and get sad already. And the regular season is just every day. It's every day. The only days that's like a quote unquote off day is home Saturdays. Mm-hmm. And even that, like now it feels like every week they're, 4:00, they're calling up somebody from the practice squad.
Every week. It's every week.
And so like, look at that. That takes me 20 minutes to write. It's not a big deal, but like it's at 4:00 and I have to make sure I'm around for it. So it like slices your day in half. So it's just a little bit of a mental drain that the one day you have off, and there's 8 of those a year, like you still have to in your brain be prepared to write something at some point. So there isn't a whole lot of mental reprieve between late July and mid-January with this team.
This doesn't stop.
Thus, he was so deep on Netflix when he was talking about earlier, because you get the away games to cover and everything else. There's a lot of time to scour the catalog.
Oh, I don't envy you having to travel to the road games. There are times when I wish that I was going to some of them, but that more often than not, I'm like, I don't need that hassle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plus and minus, right? Like I like to see places and I like to, grab a bite to eat it at a nice restaurant. It's like kind of like the lone perk. I don't have a retirement plan, so I get hotel points, and a nice dinner is like my extent of my benefits package. But yeah, it's exhausting. Like I was excited to go to LA for the first time, and then I got to LAX and I was like, I never want to come to this shithole again, ever.
No, I could have want to do that. And
it's certainly not in 48 hours, right? Like I think the key to succeeding in LA is to know you're going to be there a certain amount of time, to survive the airport, know exactly where you're posting up, and post up there and never drive anywhere again until you have to go to the airport.
Yeah. Well, and the airport, that construction, that terminal, I mean, you saw it. That's new. That's the improved version. It's just misery. It is misery.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Avis can legally hold me responsible for what I say on a telethon, a podcast-a-thon, but like, look, it took an hour to get the shuttle from the airport to the rental car place because traffic was so bad for the shuttle. And then I get to Avis and it's like a 50-person deep line. And I stood there for like, I don't know, 20 minutes and it moves like 3 people. I'm like, nope, I'm going to walk to my hotel and Avis can suck it. I'm done.
Did they?
I don't know. I don't know.
Waiting for the credit card statement to come through.
Yeah, well, it was the company's card, so we'll see what happens. Wow. Somebody might call me at some point.
That's wild. So let me ask you this: what was SoFi like from a media press box standpoint?
Have you been to Jerry's World yet, Jeff?
I have. Yes.
I would say it was comparable to that. I think the one disappointing is like I don't think there was a single stadium worker that knew that they were working at SoFi Stadium. Like they didn't know anything about anything. It was like the least trained staff I've ever dealt with at any stadium. Like just nobody knew anything. But once you got up into the press box, really nice. The stadium I think is absolutely gorgeous. Kind of a unique construction, like it's open air, but yet the entirety of the field is covered. Like the elements aren't really affecting the game other than temperature.
The one end zone is open to lightning. That's the one I snapped a couple of pictures of it. It's like, oh, this spot.
That's why they shut it down.
Exactly. Those couple seats. Okay, got it.
I was wondering that. And so, the food in the press box was solid. Randomly cans of local beer like sitting up there as we came back up from the interviews, which that's usually a Texas thing. Used to be an all press box thing from what I understand, but we don't use typewriters anymore, so no more beer.
These land so much better after 20 hours.
Did you ever have like you're not old enough to have had a typewriter, but did you have like what was that thing? Like you typed it out and then it would like all store in and then it would print like off?
No. I mean, like my grandma might have had one. I didn't have one working. Yeah.
I can't think what it was called. It was like a primitive word processor. It wasn't a computer. It was heavy like a typewriter came in like its gray case.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. I think they're probably pretty common in press boxes, but I think that's probably one of the things we're probably most grateful, right? Like, yeah, we got deadlines like 4 minutes after the game now, as opposed to 2 hours, but like it's the communication between you and the paper and fans is like instant. And that's pretty great.
We got a question for you in the chat. Who's been your favorite?
There are people watching this?
Yeah. Yes, there are. Yeah.
He's like,
going on, guys?
I gotta go. Who's been your favorite Lion to cover?
Oh man, there's been a lot of good ones. And for various like different reasons. Like as weird as it sounds, like Dominic Raiola was a really good one to cover. I know he wasn't popular, but like you appreciate a guy that's got heart on his sleeve and a lot of raw passion and doesn't hold back the truth. Really loved covering Lawrence Jackson. I think that was a guy that was thoughtful and you could have good conversations with in the locker room on a week-to-week basis. Man, a lot of them are offensive linemen. Loved covering Rob Sims.
Oh yeah.
Another one just like was a good person and I could get both a football answer, but also, just, have a conversation about life and build the relationship that way. And I mean, from just in human perspective, I mean, Calvin Johnson, just to watch him do what he did every day was incredible. Like you feel fortunate to see something like that on a day-to-day basis. And let me tell you about this quickly about Calvin Johnson. I'm fairly certain it was my first day in the locker room. Now I had covered the team in different regards before, like photography for MLive or whatever, but there's no photography allowed in the locker room for obvious reasons. So I think it was my first time where I had to like write something and go interview a player, and I didn't have like traditional mentors. I had to kind of watch how things were done and follow suit. But like I needed a story, and so they were playing the Bucks that week. And I approached Calvin Johnson because I don't know how it works. Like, and Calvin had every single reason in the world to just say, nah, man, I talk on Thursdays, or I already talked, or I'm busy, or whatever. And that dude gave me 10 minutes of his time, like in the middle of the week, to a guy that never stepped foot in the locker room and he didn't know from Adam. Like, and I think it really set the tone for what I thought of him as a person, to give me that time. And I probably did some kind of generic storyline about Aqib Talib and being defended by him, and the challenge of grade on grade and whatnot. Just a story that when you're first learning as a reporter, but it really set a tone for what I thought of Calvin all those years.
That's awesome.
Sweet.
That's awesome. And I mean, he's great in the moment. Do you ever look back and say, boy, I missed that, or I didn't quite appreciate it enough? I have this sense where even Barry Sanders, I go back, right? I grew up with him and I knew how great he was in the moment, but after he's gone, I'm like, was I truly able to appreciate what I was looking at in the moment? Did I really, really fully comprehend it? And it's actually, it feels like after you see that body of work that you say, oh yeah, I mean, I knew it was special, but that was really something special. Do you ever get that? Are you so in the moment and kind of attached that you really kind of decode that?
No, I think it's a good question. I probably for the same reasons that you mentioned there, like you watch Barry Sanders as a kid, or you watch Bad Boys basketball as a kid, and you're a kid, so you just like think this is the way it always is, and these things are special, and then they go away, and they're like, oh, there is the Rodney Stuckey era of basketball, and there is the 312 running backs that couldn't rush for 1,000 yards that have gone through here since, like, and so no, when I feel like when Calvin Johnson was here and I was watching that in person, and again seeing the things he did on the practice field that you wouldn't see 95% of the receivers in the NFL be able to accomplish on a daily basis, just that resonated. I felt like it was special at the time. I think similar, I guess, to some extent with Sue. Mm-hmm. He was just a wrecking ball at a different level that haven't really seen here since, and so I think I'm a little bit better appreciating things in the moment, and that that extends the games. And unfortunately, the Lions have not been on the right side of most of those games, but like that Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary was something that was just like stunning to watch. And when Justin Tucker's lining up for a 66-yard field goal, like I just stop everything because I'm like, this is unusual, and this is something that could be amazing and memorable. Like I need to take this in because it's crazy. So, I think I appreciate things, I guess, more than I did when I was young, but
interesting.
I don't know.
You knew Tucker was making that kick, didn't you?
I would say I wasn't certain, but I was leaning at like 75% for sure.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, and frankly, I don't need the click, right? I'm not self-promoting here, but we did an interview with Coach Fonts in the afternoon yesterday, and Herman Moore and Lomas Brown, and the three of them reminiscing and talking together was magical. It was absolutely magical.
It was really,
it's
really
on the
cool.
channel. Like I said, I don't care about the click or anything, but it's worth a watch. It's one of the best things we've done and seen, these guys going back, and that bond that still exists, and the rapport. It's like they've never been apart. Just it's really something to see. Really, really good stuff. They were absolutely fabulous.
No, I think there's the comps you can make to, I guess, the attitude of the military, right? Mm-hmm. Like I know one is a game and one is the protection of our country. I don't want to equate them on that level, but just the physical demands and the time you spend around each other, and the way that it defines who you are as a person during that era of your life, and how important it is. I think even like the schedule of the NFL is so militaristic, right? And so I think those bonds last and are forged in kind of the same way.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way that they showed that Lomas and Herman, who are two incredible individual talents and very well accomplished men on and off the field, how deferential deferentially respectful they were to Coach Fonts was like, wow. Like, and the love that he gave them back was that's something that you don't get a lot of in Detroit sports specifically.
Yeah. I think, you look back to the way he treated those guys, right? Like he was a player's coach. And, I think it's probably the way that you'll look back at the way players feel about Jim Caldwell. And, it's early, but it's kind of tracking that way. But I think it's the way players will feel about Dan Campbell, right? Particularly if they have some kind of success, like the connection he makes with those guys on a personal level beyond the field, resonates. And, you probably won't see that a whole lot for guys with Patricia. Maybe some of those guys, New England's defense will feel that way about him because of the success they had. But that personal relationship just didn't exist to that level here for him.
Yeah. Oh, and I looked at, the obvious one with the New England example is Tom Brady. He was the most successful of all of them. I mean, he won Super Bowls with 52 other guys. He's the one that got the most out of that, and he's happy to be gone. Right? He said it was hard, it wasn't fun, and he's having fun now. I mean, there's things. Everything is a sacrifice. You're sacrificing one thing for another in your life, and you have to choose what's the most important for you. And at the time, for the folks in New England, it is evidently the rings. When those go away, how much like the Lions regime is that going to wind up being? How is that going to play with the players? I have a feeling without those rings or without that success, and I'm not saying they will or won't with Mac Jones, but that whole thing is going to wear pretty quick on the players.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's any job, right? Like you don't want to be grinding with no positive reinforcement, positive reward. And yeah, I mean, championships certainly are their own reward. I don't want to dismiss like the pinnacle of the profession, but like you got to remember it's a game. It's still a game. And like if you make it that and everybody's miserable all the time, like I don't know, like what is the long-term worth of that?
Well, even to go back to your analogy of the military, and again, acknowledging the significant differences, the camaraderie that's built is so much built in the downtime with the guys and gals having fun with each other, whether it's the practical jokes, whether it's playing video games, whether it's those times that matter. When, we saw that wasn't so much allowed, right, in the way that the regime was set up here. And I think that kind of interferes with that piece that's so important to build that camaraderie and that chemistry between them.
Right. Like cornhole boards shouldn't be like a significant thing, but like they were there during the Caldwell era and guys used them in the locker room. They were a little annoying in the interviews with hearing the thunks of the sandbags on the wood boards in the background as you're trying to transcribe. But like, Patricia pulled that stuff out like immediately. And then what are Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell doing during the draft? They're playing cornhole in between the breaks, like, and they're making sure to emphasize that they're doing that. And it's kind of it's with intent, right? Like they're publicly announcing that like, hey, we're going to be guys that are more laid back, and nobody wants to hear any of that at 0-8, but like, that's the long-term vision of the culture taking place as the pieces hypothetically develop to what they envision.
What do you see with the culture? Do you see it's obviously fragile. Winning makes everything easier, right?
Winning changes.
What do you see? Do you think it's taking hold, or is there still hey, this is all right, but we're going to wait and see? I mean, do you feel that they've bought in fully?
Yeah.
Or okay.
No, I don't think there's any issue with that. And most of those guys they're so young, or they're so inexperienced, and they're getting their first chance. Like, why wouldn't a guy like Khalif Raymond be fully bought in right now, right?
Yeah.
0-8.
A guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown is fully bought in. Levi Onwuzurike, those. Yeah, it's the veterans that have seen success that maybe have some trouble with it, right? But you bring in guys that are kind of he might not be as popular, but Anzalone, right, is the type of character guy you want around that's always giving 100% regardless of circumstances, always eagerly trying to teach the tools of the trade of the craft to the younger players, and it's the reason those guys exist in the locker room during a rebuild. So that there just aren't many guys on this roster that kind of fit that malcontent label.
Well, and one of the things that we were talking about throughout the past 417,000 hours was the lack of that veteran, that the Ancelone, it's me, the lack of that veteran kind of character kind of people. Not that there's not character people on the team, but the veteran leadership. The guys, you have all these young guys whose eyes are probably as wide as saucers, as wondering, they're all here because they've been successful. Right, they've had success at every level, and now it's like, what's going on, right? And without that number of those veterans there to help guide them and pull them in, it's got to be kind of hard to pull yourself out of that kind of, are we an 0-17? Are we? I mean, where are we? What are things like? Tracy Walker is a guy who you would kind of look at as a veteran just because he's one of the older guys. His face. And after that Eagles game, I mean, he looked like a broken man. He really did. Yeah. That game, I think, really hurt him. I hope it was just a passing thing, but that looked like that hurt him deep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about talking to players and coaches like immediately after the game is you kind of capture some of those raw emotions in the moment, right? And it's good for fans and media to kind of see that, but it's also kind of, I don't know, voyeuristic at some level, right? Like you're breaking into intimate raw moments where things are still processing, and sometimes it's better to have the opportunity to check back in with them in a day or two and kind of retest those thoughts and emotions. You see that particularly with Campbell, obviously, very emotionally driven individual, and sometimes those day two conversations are a good reset on Monday to just kind of look back over it in I guess a little bit more of a logical way after he's had the chance to process the game himself, but also through the film.
And I imagine that's part of what part of your role obviously is to build trust. That there's things that are there. There's news to be made, but there's got to be a relationship, and relationships are built on trust. And those raw moments, I don't want to say they don't always need to be reported, but they can often be, and in many cases should often be tempered by that day two type of thing, and that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? The thought and ability to sit on these things and let them mature a little bit and let those views change. That's part of what you do, right? To maintain those relationships and have those conversations over time with these guys, or is it like it's all on the table and it's what I saw and it's it's getting written? Where are you at?
Yeah, a lot of it depends on who's there. Like if it's a one-on-one, you have a little bit more of a ability to kind of hold and control, I guess.
Use your discretion on it.
Yeah.
That's the word.
When it's in a group setting, I think, and that goes back to talking about, being in that locker room for the first time and talking to Calvin and not knowing, like, you don't know what you don't know. And so as you experience some of these things for the first time, you don't really know how to react and write it and put it through, the filter of what is really happening, just because you've seen it several times. So, there is a trust element there, and you have to find a way to, frame the reference, right? But I don't think you ever bury it because they're, whether you think of it almost like in vino veritas, right? Like wine and truth, right? So it's, even though it's an emotional moment, there's truth behind that emotion. Mm-hmm. And so, you frame it carefully, but it is still truth, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't think you ever really, straight up bury it, but you do have to, I guess, be careful. And I've had, mistakes in my career where maybe I didn't quite handle it right. I think of, a good one. I don't know who they'd lost to on the road, but it was a loss on the road, and it wasn't a particular good one. And Nevin Lawson's doing an interview, and somebody ends it and asks, I don't even know what it was. Something about Aaron Rodgers. Something had happened in the Packers game, and Nevin Lawson's emotions were raw from the Lions loss, and he just looked at the reporter and said, "Fuck Aaron Rodgers," and I was like, "Oh," and I kind of tweeted it out immediately, and didn't really fully do a good job of capturing the context of the moment because I'm kind of hustling through, and that's making excuses, but that's just sometimes in the chaos of the moment, you don't quite, and the limitations of Twitter, you don't have the time to fully get out context, and it was lost. It wasn't right the way I put it out there, and it was a learning moment. He did not care. It wasn't something that bothered him, but it bothered other people, which bothered me. And he didn't care. Like I said, again, he didn't care, but I made sure to, find him in the locker room within the next couple of days and, make sure to apologize. And he was good with it, but still, again, learning moments, right? Like there was no relevancy to that game, to the question. He was agitated. There's, could have been written still, but it could have been framed within the context of why the hell was the question even posed, right? Like that's,
right.
Again, learning moments.
Awesome.
We're better for learning from them. We're better that you've learned from them.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Justin.
it's hard, man. There's the way that things have to be presented now has changed from the way they had to be presented even 5 years ago. You know that very well.
Well, like, good Lord, like I learned yesterday, right? Like, so I'm watching this Aaron Rodgers thing as it happens, right? And he starts off with, I thought, a very level-headed, reasonable explanation for his lack of vaccination status. Okay, I'm allergic to some ingredients in the mRNA vaccines, and I wasn't really feeling good about the Johnson & Johnson one, which had just been shelved at the time by the FDA, and I'm like, oh, okay, I like that. I get it. Like, yeah. And like, I'm kind of like formulating, some thoughts on this. And then he just drives the car off the cliff. I mean, he did, like, wrapping it in all the stupid buzzwords you hear on TV with woke mobs. And I think he worked a critical race theory in there somehow.
Oh, dear God. We haven't seen it yet.
No,
so.
Good Lord. Like, yeah, he's like comparing himself loosely to MLK by quoting MLK to apply to his. Yeah. And I'm just like, Aaron Rodgers basically said, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Okay. And then pulls every single card from the anti-vax playbook. And I'm like, and so like now this tweet I have, it lives out there, right? Like, oh, I thought Aaron Rodgers, like, explanation was fine, blah, blah, blah. Like, by the time I sent it out, he kept going for another, I don't even know how long. At some point, even I turned it off. It's like, what is, like, there's so much victimhood in his explanation, in his opening 10-minute soliloquy that's just like, I've seen enough. But like, I don't know, that my tweet lives out there forever now too, because I just don't delete tweets very often.
Yeah, that happened. I tweeted after the first drive of last week. I'm like, hey, this Will Harris is the heavy nickel. There might be onto something here. The rest of the game, he was
maybe not those first drive reactions, right? With like a lot of those back.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh man. Yeah,
I want that guy to be good, Justin. I really do. He's nice, a likable guy.
He's nice.
God damn,
he's accountable. He's physically gifted. Played at Boston College, so he's not dumb. Like, I've never gotten why Will Harris hasn't clicked. Just haven't got it. Like, he has, it's I guess maybe similar to Jared Davis in a lot of ways, right? Like, he has the physical gifts, he has the attitude, he has the accountability. Like, he has everything you'd want in a creative player, that you'd check all the boxes, but sometimes just best laid intentions, right?
You want to see those guys succeed, and damn, it just doesn't happen, and it's so frustrating. And then
I remember talking to him multiple times. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You see just like complete knuckleheads, and that aren't trying all that hard, and they're so just blessed by God that it works for them, and that's frustrating.
Yeah, I don't know how much you blame that on scheme from the last regime and putting those guys in the right places. I don't, but yeah. I just remember some of the mistakes he made as a rookie and going and talking to him in the locker room when that was still a thing, right? And he was just so open about like the mistakes he made and what work he was doing to correct it. Like it seemed to genuinely bother him, and that's something Campbell says right all the time is like it needs to hurt, and it clearly like his individual errors hurt him. I don't know, thoughtful individual. You keep thinking it's going to turn a corner, but I think we're probably pretty close to the end of the line here for him in Detroit. Everybody loves him in the building. I mean, they really do. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if that love has jaded the view of what he is as a player. Because I have not seen it this year, and I thought really if it didn't happen this year, then it probably wasn't going to happen here.
We were talking similarly but different. Jalen Reeves-Maybin and then the drafting of Derek Barnes, and we kind of came to a conclusion, or I won't call it a conclusion, but at least a hypothesis at this point that
an aspiration.
I don't know if it's even aspiration, but that JRM was, I don't see. I'll just say it in an extreme way, and you can think of whatever filter you want. His career very well could have been squandered by the regimes that were here prior. Misused him, didn't appropriately put him, schematically put things right with him, and left him in a spot where he didn't grow to his potential, where he could be a functional player. It looks like he could be a functional player at this point in this offense, but you've got Derek Barnes. He's the guy you drafted who's supposed to take that role. Yeah. I mean, what's your thoughts there?
Well, look, he didn't grow to his potential because he wasn't physically growing to his size that the Lions needed in that last scheme, right? They wanted 250-pound linebackers, or, they had these rather specific size requirements and, really kind of pigeonholed themselves in that way. So, I've kind of looked at Reeves-Maybin always the same. He's a pretty damn instinctual player. There's a limitation to how much your instincts can overcome other schematic failings, but you really see that show up on special teams, right? Like how quickly he gets down there and navigates his way through the lanes and comes up with these big tackle after big tackle after big tackle like that ports over, right? He was a really instinctual player at Tennessee, and it was one of the selling points that brought him here. I don't know what his ceiling is. Like I don't know what he would look like in a defense surrounded by a lot of other good players, but I think he would kind of fit in naturally, honestly. He has some limitations physically, but overall, I think he's a solid piece. I don't know how long he's here, given the fact that he's one of half the roster on a 1-year deal. But I think it's nice to have a guy like that as you're kind of bringing Derek Barnes along slowly. You can limit his role to kind of sub packages to start, which they did, and kind of build it out because, like, look, I think Barnes has shown some awesome flashes going back through the preseason, but that's still a guy that didn't play a whole lot of coverage in his off the ball role when he was off the ball at Purdue. Mm-hmm. And so, there was some development there that they kind of needed time to work his way into. So, it's good for him in that same conversation like we had with quarterbacks yesterday. Like you can let a quarterback sit on a bench and develop. Well, it's a little bit different. I guess Barnes probably compares more to Tracy Walker as a rookie, right? Mm-hmm. Like you kind of mix him in there, and he's playing more than Walker did as a rookie. And he's taken his lumps at times, but there's other times he's looked really good. And you hope that by the time 2022 rolls around that, he's fully ready for that 3-down role because you had a guy like Jalen Reeves-Maybin to help ease him along.
Let me see another question. With the way the roster looks right now and what we've got, put on your Swami hat here.
Jerry Jeudy at corner.
He's still Jerry Jacobs.
That was the joke, Chris. Come on.
I know.
Get the brain clicking.
Half the people weren't here.
We've been up a long time.
With the roster the way it is, how long do you think it's going to take till we know whether this is going to work?
I think I feel good about kind of the answer I've been given since the start of this thing, and I don't think you're really going to know till 2023. I mean, you want to see positive movement toward that before it, right? Like you can't have 0-17 and 2-15 and feel good about where this is going, but they really did tear it down pretty close to the studs, right? So this roster is filled with rookies and inexperienced players on 1-year deals, largely. It'll be really interesting to see where next year's roster turnover sits, league wide. But I'm guessing it's among the most, and you don't often see that in year 2. But that's just kind of the setup they inherited, and they didn't put a whole lot of long-term stock into the guys they signed. It was kind of patchwork. You really need to see how those first 2 draft classes, the foundation, and develop. And so, that first one will be in year 3, and that second one will be in year 2, and that's really where things should start clicking for this organization.
Yeah, it feels like for just about any other team with the Lions, year 2 of the Lions regime is kind of like year 1 everywhere else, based on just how.
It's what it's going to look like. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is year 0. This isn't year 1. This is resetting, and then there could be 33 new guys on the 53-man roster next September.
Yeah. So how much?
Wild, but it's entirely realistic too.
What kind of patience do you think Sheila has? Because look, the fans, everybody went into the season, I thought, knowing this isn't going to be good, right? This is not going to be a fan's year to really buy the pennant and start chanting.
That's your rational brain speaking to you in the offseason, and then you watch a couple close games, and that emotional brain starts kicking in, and you want the wins that were right there at your fingertips to be your wins. And I don't know. Nobody wants 0-8. Like it's bad for business. It's bad for.
But how
morale,
what kind of staying power do you think Sheila has? I mean, so we say, okay, this is year 0. That's so you're going to need 2 years really to see to see the fruits. Okay, the fans don't look like they're going to wait for that. You've got Goodell saying, I don't want to see empty seats anymore. He's putting pressure on as well. They're in a really, really tough spot. What kind of staying power does Sheila have for this? Is she just in a position where it's ride or die? We've got to go for these 2 years, and we're going to suffer through the angry fans and see what happens? I mean, is that basically the position she's in, or do you think she's going to make a move quick to say this isn't going fast enough, this isn't working?
No, I mean, because you pull the plug on this, and it's still going to be the same thing, right? Yeah. Like your roster's still in the same spot. So, I mean, you really do have to roll through that second season and see where it's at. And look, I think there's a reason Dan Campbell has a 6-year contract, right? Because as Jeff kind of put it, like this is year 0, like it almost doesn't count, right? So it's a 5-year contract that starts next year is kind of what it boils down to. And this year you hope you build a little culture and attitude and kind of set the tone with the young guys in the locker room, and you start building upon that, starting next year.
Awesome. Well, man, you gave us a ton of time unexpectedly. I know you woke up in a cold sweat, and then you had to look at us. I don't know which was worse, but I appreciate you coming on and spend some time. Justin, if you want, make sure to tune in 8:00. Riz is in his tutu. He'll be dancing. It's.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be all over Twitter, right?
Maybe.
I'm sure it will.
Maybe wait till the breakfast is settled. Maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's probably a good move. But you will want to watch the Lomas and Herman with Coach Fonts. It's rejuvenative for your Lions spirit. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did Wayne smoke? I'm pretty probably done with cigars, but I'd like to think that he just chomped on one anyway.
No, I've talked to him a couple times. He's just a couple miles down the road, and we've agreed to have a cigar together. So
nice.
You're also having chicken wings together this Sunday.
Yeah.
Just I think tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. He's gonna sign a couple balls for us for the auction too. So we're gonna
very cool
get some stuff. So he's great. He was just on the phone. He didn't do the video thing, so it was Herman and Lomas on video and Coach on phone. Zoom isn't his thing. He's a little bit older than than you and I.
He didn't need to be on camera.
I think once you move down to Florida anyways, like it just accelerates the mental aging part of it, right? Like he might be whatever, 70 or whatever, 70 some, but he's like 120 in Florida years now, and mentally like not doing any damn Zooms.
Justin, your parents and I live in the same place. You remember that, right?
What?
Your parents and I live in the same city. You remember that?
I don't think that's true.
It is.
Maybe a grandparent.
Oh yeah, your grandparents. That's what it was. Sorry, you're right.
Listen, you don't have to get facts right. I don't have to get facts right. It's 6 a.m. We'll worry about that at 9 a.m.
when we delete the tweet.
Indeed.
Awesome. All right, Justin. Thanks, man.
All right, fellas. Appreciate all you do.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks for popping in this morning, man. We definitely appreciate you joining us.
Yeah.
All
right. Good luck. Finish lines in sight, fellas.
All right. We'll see you. Thank you.
Yes.
The number one beat reporter for the Detroit Lions. Look at that.
We're not saying that because he's joined us twice.
No, he's gone now. We could say whatever we want.
That's true too.
Oh man, what a cat. And you know what? That's what I love about Justin is you get the unvarnished truth. It's not an emotional piece. It is absolutely.
He's not going to snow you.
Joe Friday. Just the facts, man. Just the facts.
Love that. Love.
Yep. All right. So where are we?
There are 40 people watching us right now. Holy crap.
We're picking it up now. Morning. Sun's rising. We're getting to the 8 o'clock Riz in a 2-2 section, which is an important part of this show. We hit the $25,000 goal overnight, and it was quite a flurry. It was really a stunning moment when it happened because it just happened. Bang, bang, bang. And thanks to everybody, all of you who did this. I want to say we hit the goal. Now you're seeing the screen. You see the goal of 30,000. I got to talk about what's happened because people who weren't here last night missed it. Ash Thompson, post-game show guy, he showed up and just started generating stuff.
So we were at, I want to say 11:05 when he joined.
Yeah. And we were at 18 when he left, 19, something like that.
A little over 18. Yep. Yeah. And he was with us for a little under 2 hours.
Yeah. Crazy. Ash has stepped up. The big headline here is Ash is getting a Lions tattoo from his shin wrapped around to his calf, a big one. And that happened at 18,000. Wisco, I see you here. This is important for you. At 16,000, he sold off his cardigan, and he's sending it to you to get burned. So let's coordinate that in the Slack. We need a bonfire for a cardigan there.
You get to burn Ash's cardigan.
If we get to 30,000, and we've got just 2 hours and 20 minutes here to do that. If we get to 30,000, he is going to get the tattoo at the training camp party. So whether we can get it done there or during the day beforehand with a group of people, it is going to happen there in person with Ash, this tattoo on his leg. Can't wait for it. If you guys, it's time. If we can push this extra 4,000 over the finish line and get Ash the tattoo. Also, at 30 grand, that's when I am doing the Fat Boy 40. So, and I've talked about it overnight. I'll let you rewind, but this is a fully produced thing. I'll tell you the vision I have. Okay, for the opening scene, you hear the alarm clock, the camera pans, the hand reaches over, smashes through a bunch of beer cans, and shuts off the alarm clock. That's the beginning of the Fat Guy 40 film idea. So we'll leave it at that. 30 grand gets you all that. It's going to be worth every penny. So let's
somehow you need to work Rob Lowe in as an after picture or something.
That's not a bad idea. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. We'll file that in the banks. We just need you to go to stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That's ST Jude. So you can see it right there at the top right of your screen. Donate
for
get us the extra Get us the extra $4,000 we need to get to the 30 grand and push us over the goal. 100% credit. It was a 25 grand goal. We've passed that. We had a stretch goal originally of just the Fat Boy 40, but Ash threw that in-person tattoo on the table, and we have to run with this. We have to get this done.
After the 18 pies he took to the face, he was a little delirious and agreed to it. Yeah. And we'll in a little bit we'll replay the Ash pies because it is absolutely a moment to
to
it was something to behold.
Yes. So we've got that going on. That's a big deal. Riz in the 2-2 here in an hour and 15 minutes. And I'm in a spot, Riz, where I could use a quick bio break.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that'll carry me through till the end. I do want to tell you, everyone who's looking right now, everyone's waking up. This is when everything's starting to happen. If you could just bang on that like button really quick, that's going to help us with the algorithm. It's going to help us pop up for all the people that are waking up, and it's going to help us try to get over this $4,000 goal. stjude.org/DLP, and I will hand the microphone to you, Riz, while I go see a man about a horse. I'll be right back.
We will get on. First of all, thanks to all of you from overseas, from across the pond. I know there's a few of you watching. A couple of you hit it in the chat here, and a couple of you hit me on Twitter for waking up. So thank you all for that. Just the response that we've gotten has been really, really cool. We got into a lot of talk overnight about future of the team, where we're pointing and all that. So if you want to rewind, we reset this. YouTube only allows you to stream 12 hours in a row. We had to reset, and that's why you're on version 3 of this instead of version 2 or version 1. At about, I want to say 4:20 a.m., we had Chris Robbins on. We were talking a lot of the analytical data that he has been grinding about positional value and draft value and things like that. We had to break after that, and then that we're on 3 there. So if you want to go back and go through that, the Ash Pies, which we will replay, is in that. We had a visit from Dean Blandino in that. We had, I think we had somebody else in there too. Maybe not. I don't even remember. But we had his friend Matthias, who came on with his son. Which was awesome, talking about his son and the childhood cancer that he went through, having the Hodgkin's lymphoma and all the things through that. And that it's made I didn't do this last year. Case was still co-hosting the show at the time. I was not able to participate in it. I had a family emergency that week, and I actually had to wind up going back to Ohio for something to deal with, and I was unable to participate. The Cusino family coming on and telling their story of Cameron and his fight against Ewing sarcoma, and hearing Chris's friend, their kids played soccer together. It was so moving to me to see all that, and I am very grateful and overwhelmed by the stories that we've gotten from the survivors and the love that y'all have shown it. And welcome back, Chris.
Thank you.
Relaying, sort of recapping where we've been at, who hit us overnight for those of you who are just waking up with us and just coming on. So
yeah, no, that was it was something. There's a couple times that I was kind of punched in the heart as we've done this, and I heard you mention Cam as I was getting the headphones on, and Brett and Matthias and his story about Logan. Those are folks that are great stories and great news that came out of it, and it really connects you and gives you kind of what this is truly all about. There's
a good reminder of why I wanted to die after eating a bean. It puts it in some perspective.
Yes. And I mean, it's worth it to scrub through. We've got a bunch of highlights we're going to put out this week. We're not going to do a Wednesday show because we'll probably both be voiceless. We'll be back Friday with.
Also, nothing has really happened.
Well, we've slept. That'll be one thing.
That'll be nice.
But we will put clips out of this throughout the week, and I tell you guys already on our YouTube channel, the Lomas Brown and Herman Moore and Coach Font's clip. We've got that up. I highly recommend it. You will not be disappointed in watching that. That's kind of, we're at the 30-year anniversary of our last playoff win, and those 3 were all crucial parts of that team and the ability that the Lions to get a playoff win, and to hear them talk and hear the connection they have. It's like they're still hanging out. It's like they're still on the team. The way the love they have for each other, the way they communicate together, it talks about how important these connections are between players and coaches, and how deep they deeply seated they are. And to see this happen and how this still carries on, it tells you that this is probably something to look for in the current regime and see, are these same kinds of relationships being built? Is this camaraderie there? Because I think that's going to be a good leading indicator of some of the things this team might be capable of.
One of the things that stood out to me that Coach talked about was when he was talking about how he wouldn't say anything negative publicly about a player, but he would absolutely let them know privately. And both Lomas and Herman were like, yeah, and that's why we respected you, because we knew that you had our backs, but we also had to earn it with you. And that's something that we have seen from this regime that we did not see from the last one. I'm not saying that Matt Patricia was calling certain players out or anything. I also don't think that he wasn't the guy who was going to give you the love like Coach would. And you know, there's got to be some carrots with the sticks. And I think Dan Campbell has a pretty good concept of when to extend the carrot out and when to not, maybe don't hit you over the head with the stick, but maybe just hit you over the head with the carrot.
I love that. I love that.
I think that's something that Coach Fonz understood and explained.
Yeah.
It came out of it. They started listing off some of the other guys who were on that team. Like, holy crap, that was a really good team. Like, wow. How did they, like, I don't want to say how did they not win more, because we know why they didn't win, but damn, that was a really good, talented, deep,
listening to and we've talked about
team.
You guys know, and maybe you're sick of that, I don't know. We've talked about servant leadership, but if you think about it and you listen to them talk, okay, there's two different stories that Coach Fonz talked about. One where Lomas called the play, and another one where Herman called the play, and then the draft conversation. These people were all part of the conversation, and they were respected for what they knew and their roles, and this information all came in, and decisions were made based on knowledge that people had. And it's really telling to hear these guys talk about it. I am so reminded, as you know, I was before, but to hear Coach Fonz and Herman and Lomas talk, I was firmly planted in this regime that we have right now and how they are operating. And I didn't bring it up purposely. I wanted to, but at the same time, I wanted to celebrate what they were and the way that they spoke. It was absolutely a celebration of their accomplishments and what they are. And I didn't want to make it all about today, because those are some special guys that accomplished something very special in Lions history.
That was my takeaway from it too. And like we have had a conversation with Herman that reflected many of those thoughts as well. That's like, okay, he gets what Campbell and Holmes are trying to do and likes it. And we haven't had that conversation yet with Lomas, but you could tell just from like, and we've been around Lomas a little bit at training camp. He likes what he's seeing.
Yep.
And it does echo back to what Wayne, like, I might hit you over the head with a carrot, but I'm not going to publicly dog you. And we've seen that. Like after the game, does Coach ever come out and directly criticize any single one person? No. Even when he's been prodded about Jared Goff repeatedly, and it happens after every game, he will give a very measured response. But if you ask him to praise somebody, love Jalen Reeves-Maybin's energy in that game. Love how Alex Anzalone finished plays. Love the leadership that he showed in the huddle. Loved what I saw from Jamar. Even in a game where Jamar wasn't active, he praised him because he had worked hard in practice that week. That's the type of thing that you didn't. And I'm not going to just criticize Matt Patricia on this, because there are other regimes that Bill O'Brien didn't grasp that very well with the Texans. I don't think Matt Nagy does a very good job of handling that with the Bears. I don't think Mike McCarthy did a good job of that in Green Bay. And to his credit, I do think he's done a better job of doing that in Dallas. So whether you want to be a player's coach or not, and there is a stigma against coaches, they don't want to be known necessarily as a player's coach because they think that's a sign of weakness. I think the guys who are secure enough in themselves and what they're doing get that. And I think the guys who don't wind up being the Adam Gases and Matt Patricias of the world that don't last very long.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And
just seeing, again, it's been 30 years. You could tell it had been years since Lomas had talked to Coach.
Yeah.
They like, boom, like ground running. He tells Herman, I'm going to talk about the coming to see you at Virginia, and instantly, like they both have the exact same story and remember it the same way.
And Lomas's face. This is something when you watch that video, I'm going to tell you, watch Lomas's face, because Lomas is a big tough guy, right?
Yeah.
But his eyes, like if it was an Instagram filter, his eyes would be hearts. You can see him just glimmering. There's a look of, it's more than love. There's something deeper there. There's something, it's and I don't know what the word for it is, but watch Lomas's face when he's talking and interacting with Coach, and that was something. And they were both, I mean, the thing that I all of this, right? Everything we've done here, the thing that I am most proud of is that we've been able to facilitate it, right? We've been able to
absolutely
to connect all of you people and your resources with St. Jude. We were able to show Coach Fonts and Herman and Lomas to talk and be witness to this event. All these kinds of things, right? We're just kind of facilitating these things that have all turned out just so amazingly well. And it's all, the result of all these, all you folks in the chat, all you folks that have on the list of a gajillion people who have donated to St. Jude.
All y'all.
Yeah, you folks are special. Greg, I see you in the chat. I hope your bum is okay. I gotta imagine there's a little Bernie going on. You were a champ with that chip, man. You really
the
really
chip
did
challenge. We've come a long way in 22. We're at the 22-hour mark.
Yeah,
not
hour away from Risden in a tutu. He will be so delirious he won't even realize the
I might actually fall over, which would be.
It was hard to stand up just now when I took the bio break.
Yeah, the last time I got up, like 3 hours ago, the legs didn't want to work for a minute.
Had a steady, yeah, absolutely had a steady.
I'm doing the whole the leg like my grandpa used to do when he was sitting in his chair, so he would act like he was getting exercise, lift the legs up, knee bends and things like that. Flaring the hip bones out and everything.
Isometrics, right? Getting work.
That's it. Isometrics. That's the word. That's exactly what I was doing.
He's awake and alive, he says in the chat. Just another reminder, folks, please hit that like button. Let's get the folks in here. We're looking to get $4,000 more. We want to get the live shot of Ash flying his Ash to the training camp party to get that tattoo in front of everybody. And of course, me doing the Fat Guy 40. That all comes when we get that last. I am
very curious about Mrs. Ash. We need to. Ash is a very individual, and I want to meet the woman who's in love with that individual, because that's fascinating to me. And I don't mean that in any negative connotation at all towards Ash or his wife.
Right? No, he's unique, right? He's unique as all hell.
I got to see that couple.
He's so unique that it's like, what's the other side of that equation?
That.
Yeah, what's the other side of that equation? And like I said, as we've talked about this, it's the people you meet along the way, but it really has been that kind of journey with the podcast and all these things that we're doing. The folks that I've met since 2015 in doing this have just been spectacular, just spectacular. All right, I got Riz frozen. I'm sure he'll get back. He's just a quick internet blink. He's not giving up. Not now. We're 2 hours away. He's not giving up. So while he's getting his internet back together, I'll quickly do the check. Give us more than awake and alive, gentlemen. Come on, Greg. Describe. We should have set a stretch goal for getting Mrs. Ash to come on. She wasn't even there. She wasn't even at the house with Mr. Ash. So we'll have to see how that goes. I want description, how you're feeling, stomach, the whole thing, the whole results there, and we'll see what happens. Let me get Riz there. He'll be right back. All right, what else do we got? Let's start. We're at 25,969.69. That's a great number. It could be 2, because you get to start with 2, and you're doing it 269.69.69. That wouldn't be too bad. Just $1,000 more, but $4,000 more gets us the big win. So what can we do? What can we do? See what we can do here. Ash did say if we hit 30K, he will get the tattoo at the training camp party, right? Yes, Michael, 100%. That's what we're shooting for. This last $4,000. That's why the goal switched. We hit the original goal. If you go to stjude.org/DLP, which just happens to be where you can donate, you can see it says the original goal was at $25,000, and you folks just destroyed that. You beat it. We're now trying to push past that and get to the $30,000 to get the training camp tattoo for Ash and the Fat Guy 40 going on. So you guys can help us do this. So let's make it happen. It's for the kids, right? It's for the kids. My voice has not holding up like it did last year. It's got my throat is quite raspy actually, and I've been using these Ricolas to try to help me out. I got a little piece of pizza I was going to eat here because I found that a little bit of food will help hold it over for a while. And now Riz died on me. Let's see if he's texted. Let's talk about the auction. Oh, he did text. I should be paying attention. Internet cut out. He's trying to reconnect. He'll be back. All right. Let me see here. The auction. It is spectacular. Go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. It is not even in its final form. There's all kinds of great stuff there. 7 nights in a Colorado ski home. It could be a summer home as well. It's beautiful there. Winter Park, Colorado, about an hour, 45 minutes west of Denver. And spectacular place, 4 seasons. You can get 7 nights there. Great place and time for a vacation with the family, with friends, family and friends, however you want to do it. Signed merchandise. DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson, Penny Sewell, Jamal Williams. We have Jerry Jacobs stuff coming. Talked a little bit about the Jerry Jacobs stuff. We are pretty sure, and Jerry, of course, is busy, but we're waiting for the reel on that. It may be the first Jerry Jacobs Lions jersey that he signed, and frankly, that adds quite a bit to the value. We've got. Let me get to the pictures here. One of the things that's really sweet is we've got this Darren McCarty. Sweet Revenge, 4 times champs. Get my face out of there. Also, boxing glove. Come on, focus. Come on, focus. There it is. Boxing glove signed by Darren McCarty. Pretty sweet. That thing is pretty awesome. We've also got a Chris Osgood signed poster. We've got a Herman Moore helmet, a Quintez Cephas helmet, Jamal Williams helmet, an F. Lemieux puck signed by Darren McCarty, and Osgood 400 win 3 cup puck. It is rocking and rolling. Rizen's here, and I'm sitting here poking my nose, with whatever will fit in it. All kinds of great stuff at the auction. Dinner with Riz, Sandman, and I available. All available for folks that want to take part in the auction and get some stuff. Great bids going on. More stuff added. Dan Miller is going to do a phone message or a announcement or whatever you'd like, as long as it's PG-13. He'll have that going as well, and we'll have some other things popping in. Billy Sims, we have a signed ball from him that's going in there. A lot of great stuff. This will all pop out over the course of this week, and the auction will run till the 15th of November, so you are sure to get all your stuff in time to put it under the tree as needed. How you doing, Riz?
I'm back.
Welcome
my
back,
internet died, and then my laptop decided to update so I switched laptops. So.
This is a more casual view. You know what you remind me of right now?
What?
Goodell in the COVID draft.
I need Belichick and his dog.
Oh my god.
Wow. So on my other laptop, the internet is in fact not working. I'm just getting the little globe there with the little line through it, which is fascinating.
Riz, you don't have long. You have an hour till tutu time and 2 hours till bedtime, buddy.
It's all good.
22
hours. I don't
hours.
know why it's not working though. It's bugging me a little bit because that's
my advice is not to try to fix it after being.
I'm going to shut it off.
All right. You guys haven't seen it. I think this is Ash. We've talked about Ash a lot. He's in the post-game show. We've got a great video. He took the pies for real. 18 pies. 18 pies. And you tell me at what point you think he looks like Uncle Fester in this video.
All right. Well, I didn't get nearly enough whipped cream for this because I didn't really think I'd end up doing 18. And they're starting to wilt. So I'm just going to record this and send it to you guys. So glasses off because we're serious. And I've made some terrible, terrible promises. So, first two. Oh. Three and four. Ha!
The laugh.
5 and 6. Seven and 8.
That's the cardigan that's coming to you, Wisco. Burn.
I hope we left some of the whipped cream on it.
9 and 10. Oh, almost dropped that one. Shall we go for a dozen, folks?
Absolutely.
13, 14. Yep, that's the right math. Up to 16 after these.
That is just pure abuse at this point.
And here we go. As promised, 18 pies. You guys are the best. Oh. Fuck you very much.
Our man Ash, he means it.
The vigor at which he attacked himself was quite enviable there.
He did. He went full in. That first one hit hard, and then he said, "Okay, that's a little bit much. That was a little much. I'm gonna back it off just a little, but
I like it."
Yeah, that was the other part. We got Michael. Ash was such a trooper. Plus, his shenanigans jumped the donations from 11 to over 18K in less than 2 hours. Yeah, he was spectacular. Absolutely spectacular.
It was fun.
Greg, it isn't disappointing that you feel fine. I'll tell you that. We're happy that you feel fine, though it would have made a better headline. Oh, I've got the spray and wipes, the green apple trots, and I'm not feeling good, right? I mean, that's a better headline, but it's okay. We're glad you feel good. We want you to feel good.
Yeah, we are. I expect a full review of the Pop Evil concert too. That's Chris eating sofa pizza, apparently.
Yes. It's from Sofa King. We talked about the draft position, the boys who draft this year, what we expect from them. We've got that covered. Oh,
we did.
Ash is here. My ass cashes the checks my mouth writes. You darn right it does.
Good on you, mate.
Absolutely, Ash. Thank you. That was it was in landscape mode. It was high definition. The audio was good. And it was riveting content. Ash, you checked every single box. Thank you.
If you've learned nothing else from today, if you've watched for more than like half an hour, you will know that Chris wants every video in landscape mode. Vertical mode is a demon to him.
Risden is going to come to the Ash Thompson School of Broadcast Arts.
I was proud of him. It looked good.
Yeah,
like really good like camera definition. And yeah, it was well done.
Yeah, he's our guy, man. He does cash those checks and he writes them. All right, we talked about the auction. Ash, what was the question? There was a question about this, about your tattoo, Ash. Do we get to pick it? Oh, darn it.
No, he gets the right to ink himself with what he wants.
Yeah.
And I believe he can't, I don't know if he has the actual design set up, but he talked about getting, it was the lion's logo and not a lion head, right?
Right. And not the old 60s Lions logo that looked like a Mustang logo.
Yeah.
It's a Mustang with a cat.
Wasn't my favorite either. That's like the late 80s Mustang of Lions logos.
Hey, Paul, I didn't see that. Big respect back at you, Lions fan from Scotland. That's a tough job, and you took it, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. No, it wasn't that they could pick what it was. They wanted something else out of Ash if we got to even more. Oh, well, Ash. Sorry. Let's see. That's why I anticipate. I feel no. Chris and Jeff, do I need to send your wives a case of Febreze for the bathroom after today? No. Tomorrow.
Actually, we haven't eaten much.
Tomorrow. I'm out cold all day today.
No. Since about 7 o'clock last night, I have eaten one cheese stick, about 10 Triscuits, and a sleeve of Belvita biscuits, and that's it. And drank half a pot of coffee and drank about 10 waters. And unfortunately, I have had way too many of those damn things that I will never want to see again in my life, and will give them to my worst enemy and wish them the ill of it.
Think about the insanity of your daughter eating them for fun and her friends.
That's 7th grade girls being stupid.
We've been through 10 beans each.
Yeah,
I'm certain. And when Ash was here, it was rapid succession. It was like every 5 minutes.
I did 3 in about an hour, and it was really, really hard to not die.
Riz, if you go back and look,
circa 10 o'clock last night was not a happy hour.
Yeah, he absolutely aged. That took a couple years off. I mean, he looked like Grandpa Riz in there for a little bit. He's a lot better now. And I have to revise the ratio. I thought it was like 4-1 was the ratio of good to bad. We've both had all bad but one.
Yeah.
Nordic Blinke donates $20 to St. Jude. Thank you. $25, $9.89, $69. Man, 26 grand. That is incredible.
It really is. Oh my God.
Look at us go.
Some of the donations that we've gotten or received are just mind blowing. It's I get emotional thinking about it. It's so cool that all y'all have come together for this. It's for the freaking children, as Peggy Hill would say. King of the Hill, by the way, is a documentary about living in Texas. I didn't know that until I moved there.
So you're telling me that Dan Campbell's a propane salesman? Or is he the dude?
he would be Boomhauer. He'd be more of Jeff Boomhauer, or not Jeff Boomhauer, because that is Boomhauer's actual name. But when Brad Pitt played his brother, who came in and talked fast in one of the great episodes, that's more of the Dan Campbell thing. And thank goodness he's not Bill Dauterive. Bill Dennis Dauterive.
I have to give you some breaking news, Riz.
Uh-oh.
Ash is a superhero. Not just a superhero, but a trooper. The auction will definitely get us to 30. I'll be getting it at the training camp party. You're all right, Ash. I number one, I'm excited as hell to have you there. I am so happy to have you at the party, my man. It means a lot.
I hope the passport clears.
He's probably going to be flying up from Florida, actually. Maybe share a row in the plane.
Good.
We'll see how it goes. I am so happy to have you at the party. This tattoo is awesome. Riz and I were talking. I don't know what I want, but I know I've got a hankering for some inking, so maybe we'll put something together. I'm not going to do it on a on this, but on a fundraiser at somebody else's behest. But I will come up with something, so that'll be awesome. Maybe we can do couples tattoos.
Get the matching heart, one on one side, one on the
other. With the little, like, it's broken. You got to put them together.
Yeah, doesn't Justin Bieber have that with like 8 different girls?
That's really how you want to do it. I mean, it's not like it's some unique laser cut key, right? It's not, it's easier than getting a name and then scribbling it out and get another name. You know? He's just now got a bunch of women around half a heart.
Wasn't it Johnny Depp that got Winona Forever on his shoulder for Winona Ryder, and then he just had the NA taken off and it says Wino Forever? I want to say that's Johnny Depp. That's a poor life decision. He's made some interesting life decisions. I still don't get that ad that he's in a fragrance where it's like it's Johnny Depp sweating in the desert. Why do I want to smell like that? That's like the one of the Bean Boozles.
Or the Vag candle from Gwyneth Paltrow. It's there. It's there.
Another perineum suntanner.
I'm pro. I'm pro there, just so you know. I don't know if there's any efficacy, any efficacious effects or anything, but just all for more of it. All right. If you're in the if you're watching the video right now, please go ahead and hit that like button. Those likes help us because it's going to get more people in here, help us raise some more money. We are at $25,989.69. I don't get to HP. St. Jude, stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. You get to throw $1, $4, 69 cents, whatever you want. Throw it at this is St. Jude. Let's raise some money. Let's get this going. You guys have been, and gals have been, amazing throughout this whole thing. And I will say it one more time. I am stunned and pleased and heartened by the generosity of all of you and what you've done through this little mechanism we put together to connect you guys to St. Jude. You have come through in spades. And I just feel so much better about the world I live in, thanks to all of you and your generosity.
Absolutely, it's tough to bring people together on anything, and the fact that so many of you have given so much for people that you don't know, that's the sort of world that we want to live in, and we want the world to be. And that makes Chris and I both very happy.
Very much so. All right, someone throw a topic up in the chat. Let's rock that and see if we can get something chatting going on. Lions, NFL. I think topics come to your mind, Riz, that you want to cover. I mean, we've been doing, it's 20 hours, 20 and a half hours, or no, 22 and a half hours. We're almost there. Anything that we haven't talked about that we need to?
Not that I know of. I think we've covered a lot of things. So
yeah.
I gotta pause for a second.
Okay, here, I'll put you on the pause button there. Boop.
All right.
There you go. You're free. All right. There we go. Wow, is my chat frozen? Is that what's happening? I don't know. Tenacious D it is. Oh, that was the wino forever. Oh my goodness. What tattoo should I get? Never mind. I'm not asking the chat that. That's never going to be a good idea. Never is. Ever is a good idea to do that. All right. Let's see. Detroit Lions. We talked about the draft picks. Let's just take a look in the subreddit and see if there's any good topics to crack on really quick, because it's always a fun spot. Aaron Rodgers, of course, is blowing through the news, and that's a big one. And let's be honest, there's a lot of good feels about that. From the Schadenfreude feels, that's what that is. Tyrell Williams takes the injury settlement. That's sad but heartening. Hopefully it's one of those things where he'll be perfectly fine and take his money and have a good life and not suffer any long-term damage, because hate to see that kind of thing. Greg, what penalties do we expect to see Green Bay hit with over the Rodgers vaccination debacle, and when could they be announced? It'll probably be a fine. No, I don't know. I expect, and we'll have Riz weigh in on this again when he gets back, but I expect absolutely there'll be fines. It depends on where they find, who knew what, when did they know it, and how did they act. It looks like Rodgers did not follow the protocol. I cannot say. I am not an expert in whether this is a thing, but he said he was tested to see if he would be okay for the vaccine. I haven't heard of any other human being having been tested for the vaccine. So if that exists, it's news to me. The fact that I haven't heard that it exists, especially with all the people that are somewhat nervous about the vaccine and the side effects and all that, it seems like it would be an option. If it was an option for Aaron Rodgers, it would be an option for people to have that test. Or even you'd hear about the rich people who don't want to get it, that have the money and access to that kind of thing. They would say, well, I took the test. They would say the same thing. Haven't heard about that. And it could be me just not looking in the right places. So it could be ignorance, and I will absolutely say I've been ignorant before, but don't see anything on that. I haven't seen anything on that. So that in itself seems a little bit suspicious. It is the only mRNA therapy on the market. So that's true. So I don't even know if such a test would exist, to be honest with you. So there's that. He didn't want the J&J one, because at the time it was halted. I can understand the feels on that. If that in a silo, I can understand that. 3 days after I got the J&J one, they said they were halting it for the blood clotting, and it was 13 days, so I got to live 10 days of am I going to have some kind of thing go on? What's going on, right? And then we'll end up being fine, whatever. But you always wonder about that kind of thing, so I understand it, right? You have a personal decision to make, but also, that was absolute, not deflection, misrepresentation? I don't know. When he said, oh, I'm immunized, it seems like maybe, allegedly, he was full of shite. So that's interesting in itself. And then, the whole idea, you're supposed to be walking around with the mask on. Haven't been able to follow this as closely as I want. Okay, so I'm not sure about what the implications are about, did they follow the protocols on site for people that aren't vaccinated? Did they wear the masks? I'm guessing the answer to that question is no. So if that's the case, what did they know? When did they know it? When did they tell him?
Goofy, stare at the wall.
That's right. All right, my black flag. So it really is about who knew what and who acted based on what they knew. Yes, Greg, we could check Washington's emails, but we got to get them out of Goodell's cold clutches, and I don't know if that's going to happen. The allergy test to the things in the vaccine, I guess, Golden, but I've not heard of anybody doing that. And with all the controversy that's out there of people that are worried about it, you would think you would have heard of at least one other person that got that test, even one, and I haven't heard of it. And especially somebody would have said, I didn't pass that test, right? They said I'm allergic to stuff in the vaccine. So I don't know. Michael Bennett, honestly, I doubt anything but fines happen. The NFL said he never talked to them about it. Now, aren't they required to report? How did he get out of reporting? I know at my employer, we all had to report. I don't think you can just not tell people. And in that whole situation,
I will tell you, as tier 3 media for the Lions, which means I do not have locker room access, I can attend practices. I cannot do individual one-on-ones with players the way Justin or some of the other guys can. I did have to provide proof of vaccination, so I would be allowed to do that level. Tier 1 players, they will absolutely know whether you're vaxxed or not. Absolutely. There's no way they can't. Yeah. The Packers, I don't know about, I assume that the Packers would have to share that with, I don't know that for a fact, but it would stand to reason that if the team knows, the league would know.
Yeah. So we got a quote here. Greg, look at provide sources. He went to the Chris Robbins School of Slack. Source provisions. Jason H., thank you so much for the $100. Rock and roll, brother. Thank you so much. No doctor from the league or the joint NFL-NFLPA infectious disease consultants communicated with the player. If they had, they certainly would have never said anything like that. It's a mess. So, Riz, the question, this whole conversation stems from, what do you think the penalties will be for either Green Bay or the player over this whole thing, and when do you think they'll be announced?
Okay, so the Saints last year lost I don't remember the draft pick for violating COVID protocols with Sean Payton. I don't remember what level it was, and I want to say they were fine, but I don't remember the value on it. The Packers will get it higher just because it's the second year of this, and everything was much more laid out and structured, and much more impetus was given to the clubs themselves to police themselves, and the fact that one of the most prominent franchises did not, they're going to come down on that. I would guess it will be their 4th round pick and $1 million fine is my ballpark guess.
This is interesting because they are a preeminent franchise. They have this. We talked about this at one point over the evening. Part of the resurgence of the Lions, the whole ticket sales thing, the whole thing. What cures the thing for the Lions in what is a shrinking market in Detroit is that kind of national exposure of just call it jersey sales, because that's the extension of what that really is, right? That's them making money on that team. It's what Green Bay relies on. They don't have enough people in Green Bay to support a football team. The fact that they have that national
Green
support
Bay is smaller than Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I live.
Yeah. So this is a preeminent team that's broken some serious rules. New Orleans, major market. I can see this going one of two ways, Riz. One, they soft pedal it. I don't feel like that's the way they're going to go, but being Green Bay and whatever, and we need this team in the playoffs. We need them to be continuing to generate money because of the popularity. We may soft pedal what's going on. 1 draft pick for New Orleans, though, and New Orleans was a big team at the time. Drew Brees making that last run. So I kind of say maybe that's not the way they go. Now, if the team knew about this, you're talking draft picks, and I think you're talking about some serious fines, both for the team and for the player. I think, to be honest, and it's not going to be, right? But if you want real poetic justice as a Lions fan who really intensely dislikes Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers,
which 98% of our audience qualifies for that,
you would want Aaron Rodgers' fine to be $15 million. So it costs him more than the choice to come back and actually play for the team was this year. And he could have held out and said, screw it, and left the money on the table and been better off.
Force him to be traded to Houston or Miami. Miami's probably worse at this point.
Yeah.
At least Houston. Well, I don't know. Based on ownership, Houston's worse. Maybe Washington. Send him to Dan Snyder, although he might morbidly enjoy that. Who knows?
Yeah, he's got the.
I don't want to reward bad owners either. And Aaron Rodgers, as much as we
hate him,
do not like him, he's still a damn good quarterback. He's going to get his team to the playoffs.
He's going to elevate any team, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing of like, you don't have to like him, but you have to respect him.
Yeah, that's it. All right, 26,089. We're a half hour away from Riz and the 2-2. We've surpassed that goal. This is the stretch goal we're shooting for. Ash was rolling around. He may still be here. Ash Thompson is going to get his tattoo at training camp at the party that we have in Michigan every year during training camp. If we get to the $30,000 mark, he's already got the tattoo. The tattoo's already sold. That's done. We're trying to get it so that he has to come to Detroit to get it, so we can get an audience around it and have some real good fun with it. And then we get some drinks after, because who doesn't want to get drinks after a tattoo? Maybe even before. But that's a great way to go. Help us get there. We're less than $4,000 away. Just want to recognize again Jason H, the last donator. I don't think we gave you enough of a shout out. Thank you so much for that $100. Big bump there.
Thank you.
That is a nice step in the direction we're trying to go. Almost there, guys and gals. So we're gonna do it.
I'm happy we crossed 26. That was a nice little threshold.
Yeah, it felt good.
That's more than $1,000 an hour. I can do that math.
That's my guy.
Remarkable. So my last little interlude here. My wife and son are up. I'm not going to see them until Monday, so I had to have a little interaction with the family before they go bye-bye, and just coordinate things logistically. And also, my wife got a coffee cake and made me fresh coffee, so she's awesome.
She is.
I told them about how much money we've raised, and both of them were like, "You're kidding!" like taken aback in joy. And like, holy crap! You actually did this, and it worked, and that's really cool.
You still got to be up for an hour and a half and do a 2-2 in that period of time. So let's not rush to the it worked part, okay?
Yeah,
you can always get pulled over at the end of your street.
We did what we got our accomplishment of raising a hell of a lot of money for a lot of kids that can really use it, and a lot of families that will appreciate it more than we need it.
Oh my goodness. I still like the punishment of a fumble and an interception per game by Rodgers, but the opposing team gets to pick when he has to turn it over. That would be fun. I like chaos sometimes. Chaos theory is a little bit of fun.
The whole Jeff Goldblum thing. Can I tell you, one of my all-time favorite Lions moments was DeAndre Levy picking off the slant pass from Aaron Rodgers right by the end zone. I want to say it was 2012, 2013, maybe. Just absolutely phenomenal play by DeAndre Levy before the sloth bit his ass and ruined him, or he fell off the side of an airplane or something. I don't remember. I don't really trust the people who spread that stuff any more than I trust the San Francisco baker with the falafel cake.
That was a great. Oh, if you guys missed that story. I'm not gonna go over it again. But it was fantastic.
We need to relive the Colin experience. That was wow.
So he's supposed to call, right? He's supposed to get up. Oh my god,
that's right.
So let's kind of recap just really quickly. I don't know that I could do a video recap of it.
I don't know if that would do justice. I mean, you do need to see him.
Thank you, Anonymous.
You need to witness his alcohol consumption ability. It's remarkable.
He puts down, because let's talk about it.
If you haven't met Colin, he's roughly my size. He's in much better physical condition than I am, but he is roughly 6'5", 225.
Yeah. And he's
fit though.
Yep. He put down, and when we say put down, I mean he put it down. I
want to say it was like
a pint. It was
12
a pint.
Ounces. 10 to 12 ounces
16
in like what, 20 seconds?
Easy.
Not even.
Of bourbon.
Yeah.
Boom. Down. Boom. Just drank it. And then had a conversation. And in the conversation, he spilled many beans. Better beans than the Bean Boozled brand that ruined Riz. His beans were hilarious. I'm telling you, go back and find Colin in the part 2 section. We're throughout this week. We're not going to have a show on Wednesday. We will do release chunks of the show throughout the week so you guys can see some of the highlights, because there's a bunch of highlights to play. But in part 2, it happens somewhere, I don't know, around 11:30, 12:30.
It was a little after, I want to say it was midnight-ish.
Okay. Yep.
Which would have been like we flipped it at 5
15.
something.
Hour 15.
So it would be near the end of it.
Yeah.
Probably at least 6 hours in.
Yeah. So it's of part 2. We ended at 4, so it's about 4 hours before the end of part 2. Somewhere around there, Colin pops in.
Yeah.
He just necks a pint of bourbon, and then we talked to him, and he was already a couple in when he started, and then he's talking about how he's got to get up early to get his wife to work, and we discussed that and the safe ways to do that. And he said he was going to call in. I think he's wrecked. I think he is absolutely wrecked. I don't think he's going to make it. He's like, I'll be fine.
Colin works hard. Colin plays hard.
Yes, he does.
Harder than I do. Probably at both.
Lobato Out of Doors. So that would be the Wolf Out of Doors. It's not Grizzly Man Outdoors. Have you subscribed? Lobato Out of Doors. 26K, you guys rock doing the Lord's work. Checking in from California. Heading to the duck blind in a few minutes. You guys are awesome.
Oh, sweet.
You're awesome, Lobato. Thank
hunting.
you for checking in, man. Just take a quick look before you go out and spend some time out with the creatures. It's that's a good time. Thanks for checking in with us.
So I am not a hunter, but I would enjoy just like going out and sitting in nature for like 3 hours with my phone off. That might be something that happens soon. I go to the beach a lot during the climate times of year when we can do that in Michigan. Unfortunately, that time is over. But I love doing that just to. Yep. As I've lamented several times, and as Justin Rogers lamented with me, we don't get time off at all from July through certainly the end of January, and more often than not that extends to draft time, because draft time is pretty big for Lions fans. So the ability to steal like 2 or 3 hours of nothingness in our lives is critical, and it's something that I have learned to take more seriously. And just shooting baskets with my kids, or driving my daughter to and from, which is something that I wrote about last week in the 10 cents at Real GM, and I'm gonna shamelessly self-plug it. Please read that. They have paid me for content since 2004. That length of relationship in this industry is unfreaking believable. Yeah. And every time I've asked them for anything, they've given it to me. And I don't ask often because I respect what they are. But if you could check that out, I do the picks column every Thursday. I do the 10 cents column. It comes out every Monday morning. I wrap it Sunday nights, where it's all NFL. Quite frankly, I tend to not write about the Lions or the Browns in that because I need the space away from it. And it's I also did a mock draft this week, so check that out, footballrealgm.com. I don't do shameless plugs well enough or often enough, but that's one that I want to reward them for giving me my foot in the door, and I'm happy to have kicked in a few other doors after that, and I will always be loyal to them. I have had offers to take that column elsewhere for a little bit more money, and I have turned it down.
Yeah. I'll tell you, when I lived in Michigan, I loved this. I used to go bow hunting all the time because it's the longest season, right? It was October 1st through the end of the year. And half the time I didn't take a bow. I would set up a tree stand, or a lot of times I wouldn't even have a stand. But I had great camo. I had a winter camo, thick. I mean, if you were to look at infrared, you'd see me sitting against a tree, maybe catching a little bit of sleep. In this thick, and it'd just be this real bright red spot, and then ice cold all around me, right? And I'd fall asleep in the snow because it was so warm in the thing. Thick Sorel boots, it was awesome. And I would go out, and I would just sit there and I'd have chipmunks run across my legs. I'd have, animals just like literally, you felt like what was Sleeping Beauty or Snow White or whatever, like a Disney movie here with all the different animals.
You're like the non-racist version of Song of the South. That's great.
Be up in a tree stand, which is interesting in itself, right? Get up in a tree and sit, and then watch the deer walking around below you, completely unaware that you're up there. It is the most relaxing thing in the world. I enjoyed the hell out of it, and you are truly alone. You're in solitude. It's interesting because you walk in the dark, you walk out in the dark at the end, the day. You break for lunch or whatever and all that, but it is. At one time, I pulled a turkey permit. I went up north, near Clare, a little town called Everett, public land. Went out there alone, completely solo. If you really want to check yourself out, went up, set up a little 2-man little pup tent, public land. Spent 3 days up there by myself, nobody else, camped alone, the whole thing, the whole time I was alone. It was awesome.
That sounds awesome. It really does.
Yeah, it's unnerving at first, and then you find your groove, and it's like there's this really soothing sense of solitude that you get, and self-reliance. And as before, cell phones actually were out there. Yeah, so it was,
I would leave the phone in the car,
yep,
and leave the laptop at home, and just be honest to God. I probably couldn't last more than like 2 nights, but it would be. I'd like to try.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah.
That's as we get older. I tend to appreciate the moments of doing nothing more. I used to think, and Justin sort of alluded to this, it's seen in our industry as like, why aren't you working? Why it's a sign of weakness that you're not. And I'm glad that seems to be changing a little bit. Like they want us to maybe not, be completely burned out. I think what is going on nationally in a lot of places where people are just so burned out that they're not coming back to work.
Mm-hmm.
I think this industry is very keenly aware of that and has done a better job at that than some others have. And I'm appreciative of that.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Mike Hodges, how was the Blandino segment? I'll tell you my thoughts. I mean, you do your thoughts first, Riz. I'll let you run.
I always enjoy having Dean's perspective on, and he tells such good stories, and that makes me happy. I really like Dean, and he gave a very generous donation at the end too, which we did not ask for. He certainly did not need to do, and that was pretty sweet.
And he said it was meaningful. So, folks, we're going to find something out here. The donation amount was $2026.60. It's $2,026.60. We did some numerology work. We consulted our crystal ball. We moved some crystals. We lit our vaginal candle from Gwyneth Paltrow, and we were immunized. And we came up with the idea that Dean is telling us that in 2026, the Lions will be in Super Bowl 60. That's how we did it, right, Riz?
Something like that, yes.
Thank you for your work with the candle, by the way.
Especially Gwyneth Paltrow angle. Anybody who names their child after a fruit deserves all the credit in the world.
Well, when you start out as a fruit, you name your kids after one. All right, so there you go. Page bookmark. Yeah, the 10-cent stuff. Thanks, Greg, for pointing that out. And the 10 cent is always money. Riz, it's a great article, a great column that you do there. So.
I cherish writing it still because I've covered the Lions, the Browns, and the Texans. Look at those 3 teams over the last 6 years. The Lions going back. I have written about them. I told the story every season but 2017. Since 2005, I have written about the Lions somewhere.
Yeah.
I've been with the Browns since 2016, but I'm obviously been aware of them for a long time, being a native Clevelander, even though I have not lived there. So, true story. We got married in 1996, which was the day after we were married was the first Sunday that the Browns football was not there when it would normally be there. And then we moved from Cleveland where Ty Detmer was my immediate next door neighbor. He was their backup quarterback at the time. the day before their debut when they came back, which is really weird. And then the Texans were a labor of love, and I started Texans Wire and moved to Lions Wire when Ty Schulter stepped aside. And I want winning freaking football.
Good luck.
This year's been rough.
We got a question about going back over the show here. Did Dean comment on the pie challenge I issued to him? He said he would do a challenge. He will do one.
He did.
If something fun and funny and unique, but also not non-offensive. He's got his whole kind of career and stuff he's got to think about, and there's the public image and stuff.
He gets to hang out with Brady Quinn today.
Yeah, I'm telling you, go back and look at it, and we can, as a group, if at our next podcast, if you want, or in the Slack, Greg, think about what we want. We can call Dean anytime. BDR Fab. You got him right. He's right here in the book, man. We dinner together sometimes. It's okay. We can get him to do all kinds of stuff.
Dean's phone number.
Yeah. Kumquat Paltrow, Lobato, Out of Doors. The Out of Doors has probably saved me thousands in therapy. I call it nature's reset button. Yeah, 100%. It's so good for you. So good for you. All right. If you're in the YouTube right now watching, you're watching the video. Please hit the like button. Help notify people. We're just 16 minutes away from Riz donning the tutu of love, the 25K tutu. We're at 26,109. It's 3,900 away.
Look at this thing now, and that's not gonna fit around my ass.
Well, that's just something that's gonna have to hang out then. Your lacking planning does not equal an emergency on anybody else's part, Riz.
That's true.
You still owe a pie, my friend.
I will get pied. I will shoot a video of it. My daughter will be happy to slam something into my face later.
I should do the same because my pie number came in a little later, and everybody was asleep or about to be asleep, so I couldn't shake everyone awake. So we will have our pies that we owe up. I have to remember not to huff all the gas off with the whipped cream before I do it. Whippets. All right, let's see. Yeah, don't forget that like button, folks. Let's get the algorithm working in our favor. 15 minutes and stjude.org.
Used to work when I back right after I got out of college. I was a front desk manager for a hotel, and our auditor, like our accountant, used to do whippets like nonstop. Like he was never not on a whippet.
Yeah.
I just randomly remembered that.
So here's one.
The things you do when you're deliriously tired.
When I was 14, literally the day I turned 14, it was over the summer. I went to school, got a work permit, and applied for a job at Big Boy at 12 Oaks Mall as a dishwasher because I was legal. I was going to work, and I wanted money. Right? Here we are, right? So I very quickly learned. I mean, these are people that are all older than me, all more mature than me, right? And they knew things that I didn't know. I very quickly learned that it was a big steel container about this big that had the whipped cream in it, and when it ran out, the only thing left was a whole boatload of the gas. But the manager knew what was up, so you couldn't do it. So you were just supposed to put it in the back. Well, Cook would always grab you. Just blowing your brains out and not knowing any better, right? I mean, this is what you learn at work. This is your on-the-job training at Big Boy. My goodness, those are good times. All right, John has a great question, Riz. I'm going to pose it to you, and we'll go with it. Apologies if you talked about this, and we haven't. Everyone assumes the Lions' future quarterback is in college now. Is there any chance he's already in the pros?
We did talk a little bit about this with Mark Schofield, and we talked about it with, was it Chris Robbins too, I believe, maybe. I don't know. Everything's bleeding at this point, including my brain. We talked about the potential free agent quarterbacks that are out there. Ash talked about this too, because we agreed that Marcus Mariota was probably the best option of the ones. And then it went down to Mitchell Trubisky, and Ryan Fitzpatrick at 47 years old or however old.
Fab's got an interesting wild card. Derek Carr.
That depends on what happens. There's a lot going on with the Vegas franchise.
Yeah.
He was Gruden's boy, and Gruden obviously is not there anymore. What the owner decides to do there and what happens with Mike Mayock as the GM, because they were sort of intertwined together.
Right.
That's an interesting thought. He has played great this year. Much better than he ever has before, and he played pretty darn well last year. This, I think, is his, 7th year in the league? 6th or 7th year? And it's finally clicking for him. He was the same draft as Goff, wasn't he? I want to say.
Oh, boy. Yeah, if not.
I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe a year before even. But it's like the last, year and a half or season and a half has really been a much better, more consistent Carr than what we've seen. I have a hard time believing that they would let that go, given the rest of their roster is sort of like in a window where they can kind of win now, and the way that their division is it's a weird time for Kansas City to be bad this year, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm
telling you though, for Las Vegas, there's that Super Bowl experience from Jared Goff. He could definitely help that Las Vegas team.
That would be delicious. I would take Derek Carr over Jared Goff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So would I.
That's an interesting one. I hadn't really pondered the thought that he might be available, but if he gets out there, that's certainly something. Excuse me, but all the beans. Bloody hell. It's something that would have to be explored.
Yeah, I mean, they could. Boy, I have to look at where do I still have it up? No, I don't. Oh, where's Tankathon?
All the beans, dude.
My eyes. Let's see. Where is Las Vegas here? Oh, they're 26. Yeah, boy, Derek Carr. That's a tough one. They're, they're right up there, right? They're right up there.
If the season ended today, they would win the AFC West.
They're 26th position in the draft. So I was trying to think, what could we do? What could we package up? They're just too far down, right? But I don't know. Derek Carr, they take the first overall pick. They can get their quarterback if there's a guy they really like this year to replace him.
Who's their new coach going to be?
Right.
If they're taking an offensive coordinator type coach, they're probably going to want to stick with Carr, especially if it's a veteran retread coach that needs to win right away. Yeah. They're probably going to want to stick with Carr. If it's somebody that wants somebody that's a little bit more mobile, somebody that doesn't have permanent eye black on, maybe then they look for a new age style of quarterback like a Sam Howell or a Malik Willis, two very accomplished runners who can also throw the ball fairly well most of the time.
You get Carr, but you pick at 26th and say 30th because it's the way it's looking right now. Does that leave you the capital to get? I mean, you can get your wide receivers then. I mean, because
these do a lot of money too.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle. I'm gonna have to spend some time on that, but I mean, if you have your quarterback in hand, it's not a bad deal to be picking at 26 and 30, and
I'm going to tell you
and 33.
Derek Carr in 20. To go back to the talk about having the champs. Derek Carr in 2022 and 2023 is better than any quarterback they will draft, even if they take one at 1.
Yeah.
I'm fairly convinced of that. So that's if you want to see that as where I see the ceiling for the draft class, at least in the first couple of years. That's probably it. Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, that level, slightly better than Kirk Cousins, for the first 2 years is I think a reasonable expectation for what we're going to get out of the draft. Again, for just the first 2 years, but you hope. And this is something that Chris Robbins talked about with us. you're hoping that window from year 3 to year 5, and perhaps year 6 if you franchise tag him, that's your window to win with a young quarterback. Then you got to pay him, and then everything flips. Then you've got to go El Cheapo somewhere else. So that's, do you think the team can get built up that fast around a guy like that? Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, I don't know.
Interesting. What brand is El Cheapo?
El Cheapo. Do you have El Cheapo rum in front of you?
No. You said you got to go El Cheapo somewhere else, and I don't.
El Cheapo is like signing Will Harris as a retread next year. Oof. Or I would the ultimate retread. Suicidal. Andrew Sendejo playing safety for the Colts. Oh. He was. Y'all know how much how I feel about Will Harris. I would take 2 of Will Harris over 1 Andrew Sendejo and how he played in Cleveland last year. And that guy starts for the Colts right now. That's I actually got into this in the 10 cents a few weeks ago. It's weird to me that Chris Ballard, the Colts GM, escapes so much public scrutiny for some of the god-awful decisions he's made in the draft and free agency, especially in the secondary. Their secondary is hideous, and they've spent a lot of resources on it, and they're just all terrible. And nobody ever slams him because he's nice to the media. That bothers me.
It bothers you that he's nice, or it bothers you that
it bothers me that he gets away with being nice to the media as a cover. Because I'm sort of seeing that with Andrew Berry in Cleveland, although I think Andrew Berry has done a much better job in a shorter amount of time. But it's really, really difficult to get anybody to say anything negative on or off the record about Andrew Berry, because he's a really nice guy, he's really smart, and he's really likable, and a lot of people are rooting for him.
Sometimes it's better to be nice than good. Riz, you're 5 minutes away from. Do you need any preparation?
I do actually. Let me.
Okay, tell you what. Here. I will put you on the Heidi mode while you go get ready, and then
I will be able to do a reveal. Let me set the camera. So yeah, set me out, and I will.
And then you tell me when you are ready for the big reveal. Okay, and
I will.
Be on. All right,
I will.
There you go.
All right. Oh boy.
Here we go. Jeff Risdon sent the family out of the house because the kids don't need to see him like this. He is now shifting into 2-2 mode and going to join us for some real excitement as he prepares for all the fun in a 2-2. All right. We are at 22 hours, 56 minutes, 54 minutes. Sorry. 22 hours, 56 minutes. That's it. It counts up. That's right. Got a lot of good going on here. A lot of fun, a lot of excitement. We've got an hour left. We got Riz coming into 2-2 land here, and we'll do the review on that. Again, everybody, thank you all. Please hit your socials if you would. Let them know that it's about time to see Jeff Risdon in a 2-2. I guess I'll kind of do that here while we're doing it. I apologize for typing while we do this. Tweet. It's time. Oh man. Sorry, guys. I can't type and talk at the same time unless I'm saying what I'm typing. Lines. One pride. Gosh, I'm terrible at typing when I'm tired. And then the last bit. One pride. And, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Darn it. because I'm not good at this. See? There we are. All right. Boom. Yeah. Okay, let's see. We got this going on. Thank you, guys and gals, for bearing with. Get the tweets out there. We are very, very close. Let's see. We had, Lemmy or Cooper. I'm all about Motorhead. So there you go. What's the most interesting thing you'll be watching in the second half of the season for Risden? Probably he's going to watch Squid Game. Not general NFL, not Lions related. Oh, you want something NFL related? Okay. Most exciting thing or interesting thing to watch in the second half, I think it's going to be Matthew Stafford. From a Lions fan perspective, Matthew Stafford is going to be quite interesting. I've seen, I haven't been able to investigate it because we've been doing this, but had some more problems with his back, missed 2 days of practice, I think, if I remember what I saw correctly. That will be interesting to follow because the back is something that has been recurring for him. So that's something that is definitely worth watching and very interesting because what I've said about the Goff and Stafford trade is right now, that trade, the winners are the Rams, but because they're ready to win right now. 2 years from now, things will be a little bit different in that trade. We're going to be collecting the treasure from the second first round pick, and we'll be a team that's on the rise in the rebuild while they'll be on the decline, and it's going to look like we won the trade. I think in the end it's going to be a good, square, even trade, unless something like that happens to Stafford where he has trouble with the back and can't play, and all of a sudden they come tumbling down. If that were to happen, the Lions would win hugely because that draft pick then comes shooting up the board and gives us all kinds of capital. So Matthew Stafford, I think, is where everything lies on whether we win or lose this trade, or we wind up whether we win this trade or it becomes a good, fair trade. So that's going to be interesting to watch, I think, from a Lions perspective, and just to see how the Rams do, because you have that curiosity about your ex. It's just kind of the way things are. So that'll be interesting. I think also the Lions' performance for the rest of the year. How do they bounce back? Everyone knows they went into the bye week in an absolute state of misery after that just crushing loss at home against the Eagles. Everyone left. You got Campbell, who is working on the offense. He's grinding tape. He's going to put his hands on it. That means something different. Look, Riverboat Dan Campbell, he's going for it on fourth down. He's doing all kinds of stuff. I am extremely interested in what he might do with his hands on the offense. I am absolutely interested in what we see from Dan Campbell calling plays and what that means for the team as far as wins, losses, or anything else. So that's going to be super, super interesting to watch. Curious to see where the Browns end up in KC. Yeah, KC seems to have a real case of the uh-ohs. Defense is hurting. I don't think they solved their problems on the offensive line, and it kind of feels like they've been figured out a little bit as far as their, we talked about it with Mark Schofield about how, you're asking them to do this thing that's not like normal, always, do this thing. And Patrick Mahomes doing the thing is getting figured out, and it's not working out for him anymore. So definitely time to kind of think about what's going on in KC, and if maybe they've run the course, or they're just having a little dearth of talent, or what's going on. That will be definitely interesting to see. The Browns are an anomaly, the whole thing. We talked about OBJ, of course, today. With all that going on, all of a sudden you've gotten your Baker's target out of there. What do you do? Where do you go with it? We'll have to see how it works out. Vegas, that's going to be really, really interesting. It's just a show. And then the whole Washington thing, does it come out? Do the emails come out? Do we find out what's going on? Or is it a case where Goodell has a bunch of blackmail that he holds over people's head, or has it and people think he might hold it over the head? Who knows how that's going to play out? That's crazy interesting. Yeah, I just did, Greg. When we were talking about what was interesting and what we'll be watching for the rest of the year, Stafford being out for 2 days, that's a big deal, man. Look, it talks about whether we win or lose this trade. If he goes down injured and that draft pick just blows up the board for us, it's huge. And that's going to be a big deal. So we'll see how that goes. That is going to be huge, not just for watching the Rams because they're interesting now because they seem to be a really good team with Stafford, but from a Lions perspective as to what it means for our draft picks that we get. Because, God, if that thing runs up the board, I mean, if it's a serious thing, and I don't wish it on him at all, right? But Stafford's injury is serious, and he decides to take a tap out because he's tired of the injuries. I have a feeling that we could get 2 years of great draft picks because they've got no more ammo, right? They've put themselves in a tough spot. The Rams have no triggers to pull if they lose Matthew Stafford. They are all in 100% and got nothing to do to replace him for years. I love the idea of the roster chaos. Ash, I was pro OBJ too, and so I'm ready to go. Are we getting the signal? Is this the ready signal? Okay. All right. Let me get I'm going to do this part. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at long last, and after hours of hard work, we're 23 hours in. A couple hours ago, we crossed the threshold of $25,000 raised for St. Jude, and a man named Jeff Risden has a promise that he is going to keep. In that, he is here to share with us his likeness, his hot, flaming body in a tutu. Jeff, the Riz Risden. Riz, how you doing, buddy?
This might not come off in one piece, but it's
You look like a deranged Scotsman.
I wish it was a little more colorful, but this is all my daughter had. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, your daughter had, yeah.
Scotsman.
Oh God!
Thank you all. Burn this tape later.
I expected to see him standing like a tripod. This is what we get. Oh my gosh! Close the door all the way, Riz. Let me cover you up. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness gracious! Jeff Risden lives up to the commitment. Here he is, and here he was in his tutu. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everybody, for getting us to this point where Jeff Kids will be putting this up for years in the family holidays, sending it to his parents, the whole thing. All right. Risden is back. Let's see. And he's in his fat pants.
Can't get into the chair.
Oh. Now it's not pointed at you. You're like behind your name. You hurt yourself. How did you? The ambulance comes. He's laying in a tutu in pain. He can't move.
That would be my luck. Yeah.
Oh,
that was. I did in fact get it off. I don't know how. I don't think it's ever going to fit any of the ladies to live in my house again because I'm a little bit bigger than them.
Well, I appreciate everything you've done.
What the hell,
Riz? That was awesome.
I do wish it was a little more colorful. When she first got it to me, I thought it had like a little bit more like color lines running through it, but you couldn't really see that. So it was more like a skirt, honestly.
It kind of was. It was, but I think it's still
suboptimal. But we're not like she's an athlete, so she lives in like basketball shorts or sweatpants. Our whole family does, really.
Yeah,
so it's we're not tutu wearing people.
okay.
My wife did had a beach sari, but I didn't think that was probably.
Why didn't you go get it and let's see which one's better?
No.
Greg's 1-year-old is cracking up watching you dance. Riley, Jeff, I could have gotten you something. Riley Jane, I could have gotten you something that fit better if you wanted. LOL. Someone hit himself some coffee.
I just woke up the neighbors. That's good.
All right, I'm working right now.
Honest to God, it got really cold. Like I could not get these pants on fast enough.
You didn't even close the bathroom door all the way. I had to oh my God, I gotta shut it off because I was worried that we were gonna have the third.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I was worried we were gonna have the third leg showing on the.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that.
No,
that's for damn sure.
Yes. All right. I got this ready for reliving because it needs to be ready for that.
I'm sort of sad that it wasn't more two-ish, but it is what it is. Got to work with what I got to work with.
Yeah.
I wish I had a lei or something, but we lost all that stuff in the flood. Unfortunately, all of our novelty crap got literally washed away.
All right. We got this. Give me 1 minute.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Riz, we're gonna let you relive this. We're gonna let everybody relive this. It's gonna take me 1 second because I have to change the video. Well, you trust me, you want to see this. All right, let me do this really quick. We got this, and here we go to relive for your enjoyment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at long last, and after hours of hard work, we're 23 hours in. A couple hours ago, we crossed the threshold of $25,000 raised for St. Jude, and a man named Jeff Risden has a promise that he is going to keep. In that, he is here to share with us his likeness, his hot, flaming body in a tutu. Jeff, the Riz Risden. Riz, how you doing, buddy?
This might not come off in one piece, but it's
You look like a deranged Scotsman.
I wish it was a little more colorful, but this is all my daughter had.
Your daughter had, yeah.
Scotsman.
Oh God!
Thank you all. Burn this tape later.
This is the new podcast sign off right there. I expected to see him standing like a tripod. This is what we get. See the door is. Oh my gosh! Close the door all the way, Riz. Let me cover you up. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness gracious, Jeffrey. Feeling good, buddy? Mike Hodges jumps in with the St. Jude donation, says this feels like putting money in Riz's G-string. Oh, this is just good stuff.
Oh my God. That looked like a freaking idiot. Holy crap.
Oh no, that was normal.
I don't. Sometimes you need to see yourself as an idiot to realize how big of an idiot you are.
That's why I wanted the instant replay. I mean, come on, I turned that around pretty good though, right? Right, that replay?
I'm impressed by the work of the truck there.
that was all me. The truck's still sleeping.
Wow. Impressive.
Wow, Riz. Wow.
I'm hopeful that my daughter isn't watching.
Let's see. All those pies are. Oh wait, hold on. We go back. Okay, Paul Meyer starts. Yes. Ash, all those pies are worth it. Riley Jane, absolutely beautiful. Hodges pants off, tutu on. Pallmeyer stunning. Riley Jane, Jeff, I could have gotten you something that fit better if you wanted. Fab, are you sure you're not Dutch dancing like that, Jeff? Greg, my 1-year-old, is cracking up watching Jeff dance. Mike Hodges, that sign off needs to be a meme. A laugh from Dr. Avatar. That was amazing and so worth it.
I should have worn the Avatar tank top. I would have made it.
Oh yeah, Hail the Apocalypse would have been definitely the right thing. I'm 6'4". I'm certain Jeff is close enough to state size-wise he could fit in some of mine. Haha. Just woke up. Congrats to the 25K boys. Luke P., thank you, and I think you are glad you just missed what happened just now. Big Bad Fab, $24 going to the 24th hour. Awesome job, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. 26,183. Look, we're 3,800 away-ish. If we could get that, oof, that seals the deal for the tattoos and everything. Yeah. Whew. I'm kind of like, I want.
Oh, now see, if we could have had the music rights to pour some sugar on me, we could have had a show.
Oh, I might pay for those next year.
Step inside, walk this way, babe. You and me. Hey, hey.
I'm hot, sticky, sweet from my head to my meat.
Can you believe that was the #1 song in 1988? On all radio.
Yeah.
Imagine that in this economy.
Because at a young age, I was working high school, college, and professional radio. I was doing weekends at college radio because I took a college class at night so that I could do it. I was still in high school doing radio there, and I was working at 99.5. And the thing about 99.5 is I heard Pour Some Sugar on Me probably about 63 times per hour and a 5-hour shift. And it was, that's where all the made up lyrics came. And like immediately, I'm hot, sticky, sweet from my head to my meat, right? Anonymous comes up with $12.34. Showing up again. We're now almost to $26,200. But it's at 3 cents.
Oh, advisor hearing working today.
We need a get right. We need a get right donation. You're like you're gonna sit in the corner of the shower and rock yourself after seeing that, right?
Maybe.
You're all covered up.
You know what's crazy? So it's like the sun is coming up. I can actually see it a little bit. And my feet are freaking numb from the cold. So as I told you last night, we don't turn the heat on in the house until there's snow on the ground.
Right.
Well, there ain't snow on the ground, but it's 30 degrees outside. So it's like 62 in our house, and that's enough to make my toes go numb.
Yeah, I bet. Hey, when we were in Mobile and Radio Row, I was thinking this year instead of the banner behind us, you know how everyone does the big screen TV with some kind of backdrop. Maybe we could just have a rolling repeat of you dancing. Do you think that the coaches would take you serious as we were interviewing them about very serious detail?
I think it would have been fun with Matt Patricia and the Hooters girls.
Okay, so we got to say though, because God, that has so many implications. He was very well behaved. He was really nice guy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, you can dislike his coaching all you want. You can dislike his personality all you want. The Matt Patricia that I knew, that you knew, was a generous, genuinely nice person.
Yes, absolutely. No BS. Yeah. We liked him in Mobile.
Yeah.
We liked how he approached coaching in Mobile, believe it or not. Like, he was there to help those young men get ready for the NFL. He really was. And that's not, I don't want to say that that's rare, but it's uncommon that a lot of other teams, when Luke Easterling was on with us, we talked about some of the coaching staffs that we've had down there. Jason Garrett's Cowboys, oh my God, can you just stop? Romeo Crennel, oh my God, special teams. Oh. The worst one of all was Mike Singletary. This was at the Shrine game. He got down while the drills are going on apparently got bored with it and started doing like calisthenics. He was doing like toe touches, and he was doing like on the ground, like doing the bicycle, like at midfield with plays going on around him. And we're like, what the? Like the players are like, what the fuck, coach? What's going on here? And that was wild. The only redeeming part about that was that Brady Quinn was his offensive coordinator for the weekend. I got to spend time looking at Brady Quinn. And he's beautiful.
Yeah. We should text Dean.
He is breathtakingly handsome.
That's what we should have told Dean, is to get a picture, a selfie of him and Brady.
So
why didn't we?
Ask Kyle Krabs about that very thing the next time he's on, because he is he's tried to help me in that regard. Let's put it that way. I'll let him tell the story though.
Wait, get a picture of you and Brady?
Yeah.
Or okay, not Dean.
But on a discreet level where Brady wouldn't know that yeah.
It was,
yeah.
He would know it was,
that man is beautiful. Like I'm a happily married man. that dude's beautiful. like stunningly so. Like wow. It's like I'm trying to think. If do you know who Rebecca Gayheart is? She's an actress, roughly a little bit younger than us.
Mm-hmm.
I met her one time in Santa Barbara, and like wow, like oh my god, like yeah, and that's the same reaction that you get when you meet Brady Quinn, just like an incredibly beautiful human being.
Wow,
loved it.
You've said that. I haven't seen it, but all I've seen is Brady on TV. You know what I mean? That's interesting.
His hair is a little over.
Could you help him with it?
I'd love to.
so like sincere as that was just beautiful.
He puts too much mousse in his hair. Like you got to be able to flip it around.
I'd love to.
Actually, that's yeah, fun stuff.
What do we got next year, Jeff? Can we get you doing the can? Jalen, how you guys feeling? Fab, I'm feeling great. Did I miss Chris doing? Oh my God, we talked about shots. We talked about having a drink at the end. My truck isn't here. I'm gonna have to do Jaeger.
Oh gee darn.
What about you? Are you gonna have a beer? Close out the last half hour.
I will. I will need to go grab one, but I will get it.
Yeah, go grab it. I'll pull out the year. We only got a half an hour left. 40 minutes left.
I'll be right back.
He's like, I don't want to get up.
I gotta get up again.
Here, I'll put you on the old man cover.
I gotta get out of the chair again is the harder part.
Yeah, I got you on the old man cover now, so no one can see the pain that you're actually going through. It's he's got the lift chair where he hits the button, stands him up.
Oh goodness. Oh.
I'm not even joking. He stretched out like Matt before his 40, before he got on to the tutu dance. Just so you know, he did walk around and stretch his legs. He's sitting here for 40. Last time I got up to use the bathroom, I stood up and then I just had to pause and get my bearings and get my balance because it was so far out from where we are. Okay, so we're $26,196.03. We really want to get to 30,000. Paul, thank you so much for the 2066, taking us back up to 26,216 at 69 cents. Paul, I'm here for the 69. You and me both, my brother. You and me both. Look, we keep banging the horn on this 30K, but we beat our goal. This is all gravy. This is good gravy, but just want to say thanks again to all of you for doing this. This is really, really something. Man, amazing. Jeff's mad because he can't play with Brady Quinn's hair well enough. Matthew Kostecki. Apparently at 5 a.m. I realized that I'm lactose intolerant from the 3 pieces of pizza I ate last night. You know, you're a couple pieces of pizza, you're down. We got Greg over here eats the Packy super chip, and he's like, fine, whatever, no problem. Any chance Riz drops some beans into a beer? I think that's going to be a hard no. Oh wait, he's shaking his head yes. No more beans for Riz. He might actually die. Yeah, again, go back to around 11:30, 12. He looked like a corpse.
11 o'clock last night was not a pleasant time.
No, you looked like an absolute corpse. You were white and like tucked in and just like shrunken back in your chair and just like you had seen things. You had that 1,000-yard trench foot World War I stare.
It was not a happy time.
I don't know how trench foot fit in there, but it sure seemed to be descriptive.
Oh, it was not good.
Oof, man.
As I've explained a couple times, I can't see, I don't hear well, so my sense of smell and taste are overdeveloped as a compensation for my senses, and that's a problem when you're doing things like this. It really was. It was not good. I have the
my friend the Meister. This will absolutely help me get to sleep too. I may not stay up till 11 o'clock this time. Ugh. Almost the finish line. Yeah, Kyle, this is good. Now, Riz, it was about 4 a.m. where it really hurt. Chuck Narsty, $34. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
The most tired I was right as Justin called in this morning.
Yep.
Once he started talking, and this is no reflection on Justin whatsoever, it was like, oh crap, I could sleep now.
That's funny because when he called in, I was at a low, but I pulsed talking to him. You know what I mean? The talk got me going, and actually, as he woke up, I kind of woke up with him again. That was about the low point, but really, I mean, now you look back, the time flew by, right?
Yeah, kind of.
So
I will say it hasn't felt like 23 and a half hours. It has not.
That's fair.
It's I'm trying to think, like, what was I doing at this time yesterday? I was trying to get this damn chair in this room.
Were you wearing a tutu when you did it?
I was.
No, it was the gimp outfit.
That only comes out on Thursdays.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, that was yesterday, right? Well, yesterday before you did the show.
Today Friday.
Today's Saturday. It's Saturday morning right now, my friend. And I only remember because I've been announcing that we're doing this and how long it is. For freaking, yeah. I think when did they announce the schedule? That's when we set this date.
June. Yeah. Early June.
Been announcing this since June. That's why I know today's Saturday. Yeah. All right. Well, let's do a toast. Riz, to you, to all the folks who donated, to all you folks who helped, kept us awake, in the chat, stayed with us, donated stuff for the auction, donated your time, your heart, your money, everything. Thank you all. To you for setting up something really great. This is something that'll make a difference in the world. You all can be proud of your part in it. Cheers all. Clink. Oh, here. There it is. Tink.
Cheers, y'all.
56 selected botanicals starting to course through my veins. Ah, man. Riz, any games or players you're watching in particular for the rest of the college football season?
I will be watching the Matt Corral versus Malik Willis game today. Not today. I will be watching it at some point. That's absolutely one that's on the radar. I'm interested in watching Purdue and Michigan State today. I think Purdue has a fair chance of winning that game, and I am very interested in watching George Karlaftis and David Bell, two guys who were in the top 40 of my last mock draft, in fact, top 35 of my last mock draft. Both of those guys are of extreme. I think Karlaftis is a phenomenal fit for what Detroit uses Trey Flowers as right now, and I would love to see that. That would be. He's not going to be. The thing is, when you're picking at one and then you don't pick again, you're missing out on like all the. Like he's going to go 7 to 15 overall, and like you're just not in a position to get that guy, because if somebody's trading up, they're not trading up from that far back because they just simply don't have the capital to give it up.
Jets
to move up from 20 wherever the Rams pick, and then your first round pick next year and the pick after that, you're not getting up higher than like 18. So that's tough sledding to get somebody in that range, which is unfortunate because I think that's honestly where the value is in this draft. But you don't really trade up for that, and it's going to be really hard to find anybody to trade back, which is excuse me. If you're sold on Kayvon Thibodeau as the number one overall prospect, and I think the general consensus, both Luke Easterling and Kyle Krabs had that like reflexively, like who's the best player there? Yeah, Kayvon Thibodeau. That's your number one pick. If you want that, you want the Lions to not win more than 2 games because they're going to go. As long as they're not in a direct tie with only the Houston Texans, they will be the number one pick. If they are in a head-to-head tie with the Texans will win the priority by having a worse strength of schedule. And that's the worst-case scenario because, as weird as it sounds, they don't need a quarterback either. Assuming what we all believe to be true is coming this offseason, where they are going to be shipping Deshaun Watson to Miami, and Miami will have to do something with Tua, although I think from what I gather, the current regime in Houston isn't real interested in having Tua, so I don't know what happens with Tua. I don't want him in Detroit, quite frankly.
I want to ask you about Aiden Hutchinson. How much hometown hype is there versus... I know he's good, but how much hometown hype rides on that? Because always when somebody comes out of Michigan, there's, especially for the Lions fans and folks in Michigan, they carry so much more. And I want to kind of scrape that away and get your thoughts.
I think he is more liked by people who aren't Michigan fans than by Michigan fans. I think they tend to downplay him a little bit. I think he is no worse than the third best player in this draft. And I think a lot of Michigan fans are like, oh, he's maybe a top 10 guy. Is just what I keep seeing and hearing. He's a much better athlete and will test as such than what I think most Michigan fans really realize.
Yep. And
I think they think of him as like, well, Rashawn Gary went 16, and Hutchinson, he hasn't been that much better than him in college, so maybe he's like, no, he's going top 4, top 3. I would be very surprised if that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Don Hare. Got a good job out of him for $25. We are now up to 26,275. Big cheers again to all of you. Thank you. We're a half hour away from making the 24 hours. If any of you want to drop
the tailgate now.
If anyone wants to drop the 37.25 or take us to 30,000 to our new goal of tattoo on site. I can't. Ash getting the tattoo. What a man. Call me crazy. I like Dax Hill more than Hutch, especially for the Lions. Hattori, our samurai sword salesman, has been out for 24 hours with us. Morning, Chris. How you doing, Kenyon? I'm doing great, man. Got my Jaeger. Got my Riz. We brought him across this finish line. He did it. I think there is a sense of like veteran accomplishment, like having done this, like knowing what to expect. I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, but there's a couple times you're like, wait, what? throughout the night.
That actually came like earlier in the day though. Like I want to say right after we talked to Micro Mike yesterday was like, oh, we're still going. Like, okay, all right. Like that guy was really good. Can I take a nap now? You know,
I did want an afternoon nap. You're right. My body is tuned for that. Really?
Thanks again to Mike and all the dudes that guested with us, and willingly gave up their time to help us do this. It's really cool. Every single person I asked said yes, which is phenomenal.
I'm just so. I mean, people like relevant, important, good people from. I mean, we started with Justin. We had one blank hour up until midnight. Yeah. So we went 15 hours straight with people. I mean, just going. And then, it was kind of nice actually at the overnight time to have some time just to kind of meander the topics ourselves. You know what I mean? Rather than have structured kind of interview stuff. Not that the structured interviews are bad, but you really are on. You know what I mean? It requires a level of efforting, and it was nonstop, man. And it seems silly. You're just sitting there asking questions. Not really. There's an intensity, a mental acuity you have to have.
That's one of the things that I learned when I was doing the Coast and the radio, is that it's draining to think, because you have to be alert to exactly focusing your attention on the task at hand and thinking of questions and actively listening and engaging, and then responding with a relevant follow-up or something like that. It's not easy to do that for 3 hours. And I used to do that on the radio. To do it for 24 or 15, as we did, was that was tough.
Yeah.
Mentally exhausting.
I want to get something. We got something right now. I got to share. All right, I'll put this up on the screen. It's not gonna look nice, but you guys have to see it. Big Bad Fab. Remember when he had the trebuchet launched pies that hit him in the face, and we said they impacted the garage?
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me get this in position. Okay, this is a giant picture. Give me 1 second. This is. Wow, these are big. This is going to be worth it. I promise you. He sent me 75 megapixel picture.
Thank you.
Oh, James H, $50. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. Okay, here is the shot.
Thank you.
We got another one. Anonymous, 1234. Going to beat us up on the 69. All right, here we go. This is the picture of the garage.
Oh my God.
That is right. It's blood spatter. His face, I mean, was where it's smeared there was kind of where he was standing. And then all that was to the left of it. It just came and hit. And that's, you can see on the picture. Oh, I have to shrink it down a little more just so you can see exactly how high it is from the floor, right? That's head height. I mean, there was no arc down once it hit. It went through and past his head and lodged itself on the garage. Wow.
God bless Mrs. Big Fab, because she was a very good sport. I think it was cathartic for her a little bit too.
Yeah.
They have little Fab at home, which we're very grateful for, and the fact that she was willing to play ball with that is thumbs up to you.
The quote that comes with that is, "So much cleaning already. I'm gonna wait and hose this off." All right, let me get the latest donators. You too can join them. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Get that number up there. We're at $26,338. $6,000 more than last time. James H, tutus for tips with a smiley face, $50. Thank you so much, James. Really appreciate that. Anonymous, $12.34. We're now at the 3-cent mark. 26,333.803. Guys, whew. This is really something. This is great. And last year we didn't do this. We just went through to the end and powered it. Well, Justin was the last thing we did, so we really wanted to be as professional as we could. But now it's just you and me here. If the only thing I could do, even kind of lower brow, is to put this thing in a paper bag.
Oh my God, you and Colin, man. Y'all, if y'all didn't see it, you need to see Colin's incredible bourbon intake.
Yeah, definitely go back.
Wow.
It wasn't like he had, boy, he took a swig of it before we got him. I think I have that video.
That was clear.
Yeah.
From his speech.
Yeah, well, where is Colin?
We love Colin. We really do. What a great dude.
All right, I can do this here, I think.
All right.
Let me see if I can get Colin here. It may take 1 second to find it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, at long last, and after hours of hard work, we're 23 hours in. There we go. Okay, let me change this to this.
Look at that.
Just a little bit.
We're at a black screen.
All right, here we go.
This is compelling radio.
Here we go. Colin is coming at you. This Thibodeau jersey.
Avon Thibodeau jersey.
Okay.
That's the first part.
That was the first part. He recorded that for us. I thought that's where it started. And then we hooked back up with it. He was already slurring, right? At that point when we hooked up with him. And then he finished. So you saw how fast he drank that. He finished that thing in 4 seconds. Like he finished
faster
it just
than what he drank that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The
remainder of everything that was in that bottle went down faster than that did.
Yep. He just mowed it down. And then the conversation. You want to learn about the Looney Baker who the Sala cake? You should go back to about midnight and check it out.
That is going to be one of the highlights that comes out of this, is that we now know where, well, we don't know the exact origin, but we know that it was in fact a ruse designed to trick gullible people.
I know who it was. I
have heard the story before as well, perhaps from Colin, perhaps from somebody else. And they tipped me off very early on that it was in fact a ruse, even though you and I both suspected that. In fact, we texted about it, didn't we?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we absolutely did. Yeah, and yeah, you could see the drunkenness setting in quickly. Oh my God! If you watch, I don't know that he's alive, Dave. I'm not sure if he's still alive. But he is.
That was
he
epic,
should be. It's just kind of something he does. Colin is a machine.
The stories he had about what's the guy's name? The older dude with the mustache.
Crackman. Cracciola. Yeah. Those.
Wow.
The
reliving of the near-death hot tub experiences.
It's perfect.
It's gonna stick with me for a while.
I'll show you the videos if you want to go.
Oh my goodness!
It was absolutely fabulous. The whole Colin segment, the slurred speech, the whole thing. It was more than anything you could say. Kula is joining the Patreon. Good, thank you, Kula. That's awesome to have you in there. That is really, really good. It's good to have the good folks around. I do want to really hit this one more time. And it reminded me by seeing him. So thank you again, Dave, for saying something. If you're down in Jackson, head on over to Jackson City, Coney Island. Dave here. He's the owner. It's the place. Who loves you, baby? Yeah. He owns Jackson City, Coney Island. Absolutely fabulous place.
Okay.
You want to get yourself a Coney, head on over and be happy, joy, because it's the good stuff. Well cared for. Dave is the same guy who donated the Colorado resort house to stay at. Dave's a class dude. He's dropped a bunch of money on
so
this.
So Dave,
here.
when I show up there, I should ask for you when I check. So my daughter is playing in a couple of different basketball tournaments in Chelsea, which I believe is right by there.
It's past Jackson from you. Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. So we will, if we are so compelled, we will stop in, and I will certainly ask for you. And if you're not there, I will leave you a note.
Hold on. Part 3. Oh, cool. We're missing it. Jay Mola. Oh my God. Good job, Chris and Jeff. I listened to you all day at work yesterday, and I especially loved hearing from Lomas, Herman, and Coach Fonz. Yeah.
That was absolutely the highlight of the show. And the fact that Chris and I didn't talk for half an hour probably made that better.
Yeah. It was really nice to let them kind of run and go and do their thing.
It was fun being a fly on that wall, man. That was, we've talked about it a couple times, but being able to see the interaction and the genuine love between them, and still to this day, 30 years later, was, damn, man, that was awesome.
Finishing each other's stories. I mean, they knew what they were talking about. They were doing their thing. Larry M., thank you so much. $500.
I'm sad this is almost over.
I am too. The thing about it,
I want to do more, but I'm sad that it's over.
Yeah. The thing about the Herman and Lomas and Coach Font's thing, the thing that I think it was indicative of this whole thing. We were able just to facilitate it, and that's what the thing I love about this the most. We just brought people together and watched what happened. You know what I mean? And it's exactly like all of you donating to St. Jude here. I mean, we just kind of created a way to get everyone together and watch it happen. And we're so happy that you all took pace and found a spot in your heart to make this happen. It's really, really special. It's close to me for a number of reasons. If you saw Matthias, my friend, my son's friend, soccer teammate, who was diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma. Sorry,
he joined us in segment 2, right around, was it midnight Eastern time?
Yep, just before Colin. It was probably it was around midnight because
11 o'clock Eastern time.
It was about 11 or 11:45 to 12 because Dean, we were running late. Because we had Dean and Ash and everything else going on. But he tells the story of everything they went through and how, his son is tougher because of it. But having to walk your child through something like that, it's such a moving thing. And they are like the perfect family, the family you aspire to be. They're just the most wonderful people. And to see them have to go through that was heartbreaking for us. The fact that we had moved away for the job and couldn't be there and be close made it harder. But to hear the story, it's one of those things. It's close to you and you feel it, and it's an opportunity to help people. So we really appreciate it.
And to Matthias's credit, he kept it together very well. But you could also tell that like he was recalling the emotions, and it was still like, I'm sure he's told that story a lot, and he like was still feeling it. And that's what cancer does to you, man. Again, Chris, you and I, we both have 16-year-old sons. Yeah. I couldn't fathom going through that. What he went through, what the Cusinos went through.
Yeah.
God bless them, man. That's
so,
and that's why we're doing this.
Yep.
Because we can, because that is important.
To Matthias' credit, I was like, "Hey, Matthias, thanks. You're sweet. Really appreciate you coming on again." And he's like, "Thanks, brother. It's Friday night, so I'm into a few margaritas already, and I was hoping I wouldn't come across as an idiot." He's like, "Nope, you came across."
No, sir.
Awesome. And he put a real nice donation on it too. I mean, here's a guy who's fought it and lived it, and then put a fat chunk of change down to help others. It's the kind of heart, that people have. Here we are, concurrent viewers. We're at 69 again. Chris, we keep doing that. Wait, we can't. Somebody's got to get 66 cents in there. Somebody's got 66 cents in there. All right, Larry M., thank you. $500. Thanks for all you and Riz have done and do. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. From the UPA, thanks for all the hard work, you boys. Right, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Or ma'am, I don't know. Golden, he fixed it. All is right with the world again. We are. Great job, guys. Been with you all night, Golden. Thanks so much, man. And having you ride along, and the folks that did stay. I mean, we never went below 46, 49 viewers live in the middle of the night.
Even when we first started up the third stream, which was at like 4:40 a.m., there was like 42 people on. Like, boom.
Yeah. It's
wow.
all you folks. It's all you folks.
Wow.
Thanks for everything you guys did. $26,889.69. We still have the auction. Don't miss auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. All kinds of great stuff. More great stuff being added. And what could be the very, very first Lions jersey that Jerry Jacobs Lions jersey that was signed by Jerry Jacobs will be part of that, and we'll get validation on that to make sure we represent that correctly.
You can bid for dinner with me, Chris, and Sandman, which I can tell you is worth it. Just to watch me eat a tomahawk steak, in roughly the same speed that Colin drank that bourbon.
It was so good. Prime and proper. They have. I keep saying the best steaks in the mitten, right? Fabulous stuff.
They put that in front of you, and it's just like, wow,
heaven on earth.
Like, and so many other good things looked on the menu, but I'm like, I'm not getting that.
Yeah.
You're gonna put a 48-ounce piece of meat in front of me on one bone. Yeah, I'm all about that.
I'll do that all day, Riz.
Yeah, but so many of the other things, getting autographed helmets. John, what's his name? John from
Pro Sports Zone.
Yeah,
at Laurel Park Mall. Go there.
So
and spend
generous
money.
to us, times over.
Hundreds of dollars of stuff he's given us. The Darren McCarty signed boxing glove, Sweet Revenge on Lemieux. Chris Osgood signed poster, Herman Moore, Quintez Cephas, Chris Osgood signed puck. I mean, just so much stuff that again, Colin was able to pull together with John from Pro Sports Zone. They've come through for us every single time. Colin will take care of him, but go to Pro Sports Zone if you're ever in the area of Laurel Park. Spend some money with them and thank them. Thank them for helping us out and helping out St. Jude with the stuff they do, because it's really...
Thank them for their support of the Detroit Lions podcast and the St. Jude Telethon.
Woo, Ash just rolls in with triple ones. We're at 27,000 and 69 cents. My goodness. 11 minutes. Oh, well, 12 minutes ago, because we were 1 minute late because we started the countdown. So we got to go to 9:01 to make it official. Riz.
All right,
Sorry.
that's fine. Want to quickly thank all the people at St. Jude's. Jillian for holding our hand through this and helping us out. What's her name? Who did the bot?
Belinda.
Yep.
I knew her and her team. Spectacular.
I can hear her voice, and yeah, they did wonderful things to help make this a lot easier for us, and also on the administrative end, they were very willing to work with us. And again, I have worked with a couple of other charitable organizations. I'm not going to say that they weren't good, but this blows it away. Yeah. Like their dedication, their innovativeness, their willingness to let us be us was really cool.
To work it. I mean, like there's different ways to do this, right? And the different things that come with it. And we wouldn't be having a drink at the end and having this kind of cool down period together and celebrating it if they hadn't done it a certain way, and we could have been in trouble and all this other stuff and not been able to do it again. They knew exactly how to thread the needle for our content, for our personalities, for my dick jokes, for all the stuff that we do. It was they were absolutely fabulous, and I don't get it how they can do this kind of red carpet service to help people raise money for them and have so little of that money go to administration. I don't understand how they do it, and I'm an efficiency guy, right? That's the big thing I do in business.
Yes, you are.
And these folks have got it in spades. Really, really well done. I'm super impressed and thankful to have met them and be able to hook up and work with them, because here we are making them $27,000.69. Richer. It's I don't know, Richard.
Think of all the things that will be able to do. All the things that St. Jude can do with this, and all the incredible things that they've done for so many people that we obviously care about, and that's
we put our lives in the line. I will say, just so everyone knows that this will end, but we're going to keep the donation spot, stjude.org/DLP. We're going to keep that open through the end of the year. That's how we put all the donations in for the auction. After the money comes in, we get all that shipped out and taken care of. That'll do it. And that'll give us the final total of what we do. But So if you can't give today, you can't give yesterday. You get a paycheck coming that might be able to help. You're feeling a little generous when you get a little bit of eggnog going as the holiday season rolls around. We'll be here for you. We'll give you a place to put your money, help get the Christmas for the kids, Christmas for your friends with the auction and family, the loved ones, the ones you kind of like, whatever, however you want to roll. We got some great stuff out there for you to take care of your folks with, and celebrate your Lions fandom. It's definitely not an easy time to be a Lions fan, but it hasn't been for a long time. And the fact that you folks are all here, kind of revolving around this team, and we've been able to do all of this. That really says something about the quality of the people in the world.
The fact that this level of support is here, as the team is 0-8 and coming off one of the worst losses in our collective memory, and y'all getting in at the end here. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, Floundericious 249 finish strong, way to go and maximize the 69s. And what happens? In comes Anonymous with 1234.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness gracious, that is awesome. 66
It really is.
66 cents. That's what it takes.
Yes.
Woo, man, oh man. All right,
Wow.
Riz, how long does this rebuild take? How long until Lions fan, when things work, let's just say this works, when are Lions fans going to start feeling like, okay, we're turning a corner, and this is, I'm proud to put my jersey on. I'm happy to go to a game. Tickets are a hot commodity. What's it going to take? When are we?
I will reflect upon what we talked about with Justin this morning. This is year 0. This is not year 1.
Yep.
Year 1 is next year, and they will be better. They will not be the last winless team in the league. If I could wager money on that, I would do it right now. I don't think they're going to be a contender next year. I think 2023, assuming they hit on the 3 top 35 draft picks that they have this year, and the 2 that they will have next year, if they hit 4 out of those 5, they can be a playoff team in 2023.
Yeah.
Because look at the windows of the Packers and the Bears, where they're at, what's going on with them. That's going to change, and that's going to be able... My daughter's taking my picture.
I've got a picture for you. Tell her.
You do. Thank you, Lizzie. 2023 is when I will be disappointed if they're not a contender. Let me put it that way. I don't expect them to be a last place team next year. I don't expect them to be picking in the bottom 5 in the 2023 draft. At least I hope not. I don't think so. I really do. You've talked about it, Chris, several times. The fact that guys like Jerry and Derek Barnes and all these guys are getting a lot more playing time than they would normally get, it's going to pay off in the future because they don't have to replace those guys with more expensive free agent veterans, and that allows them to go higher tier free agents at positions where they really need it. And I think that I do think that Brad Holmes knows that and believes that. And I am going to be a firm believer in that until I'm proven that I can't be. Because I need to be, because I have to have some optimism in my life being a Clevelander covering the Detroit Lions. And being a Lions fan since Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Silver Rush and Billy Sims and yeah, wow.
Got a little something going on here. Yeah. We all just want to win. Okay. What are we at? We're 8:56. We've got the curse of Anonymous that is plaguing us, but you know what? Who's here? Who loves you, baby?
Yay.
Thank you.
Hey!
Chris, your favorite podcaster. Hey, thanks so much, Chris. I got all is right with the 69s.
know Anonymous is going to come in again. That's just what they're going to do.
We shall defeat Anonymous.
Oh,
they aren't Legion. We are. Oh my God, Riz, we're so close. 4 minutes. 4 minutes away. 27, 382, 69. You guys are the best. The absolute best.
Yeah. So it's funny, we were talking, like, before we did this, like, are we going to fall asleep right away after we're done? Or are we going to stay up? I was of the mind that I was going to stay up for a little bit. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. You know what did it this time? I'm telling you, the little bit of drinky drink at the end. Last year, like I said, I was up till 11, right? I was just like on this high. But today, I've got my cat's sitting here looking at me. He's like, you didn't go to bed last night. I didn't have someone to cuddle with. That's like, buddy, we're going.
I'll sleep for 3 or 4 hours, get up, watch some football, try to get to bed at a normal time tonight and get back on schedule and just get caught up. I don't have to cover a Lions game tomorrow, which is very nice. Because, real quickly, a game day for me, just covering the Lions part of it, is an 8 to 10 hour process. And I also have to write the 10 cents, which each one of those takes about an hour. So that gives you an idea of what my weekends are usually like.
So for me, like Sunday's a day I wouldn't take a shower normally. I would just roll through the day. But because we have a post-game show, so I got to take a shower. I got to watch the 12 o'clock show, right, to the pre-games just to kind of catch up on everything, make sure I got my line for the day. Yep. Watch the Lions game. Do podcast for an hour and a half, hour 45 afterward. Edit the audio part down. Get the audio, the show notes written, all that kind of stuff. Get everything uploaded. It's about 8 o'clock, just in time for the start of the nighttime game. By the time I'm done, wiped up, and called the day, I get to watch the late game, and that's the end of my day. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's hard when you do 60-some losses since you started. Flounder, what are you doing, man? You are such a great human being. Thank you so much, man. 187 more takes us to 27.5, 69, 69. Wow. Let's see. Let's roll through this. Embrace the suck. Great job, guys. Thanks for doing this, guys. Not going to lie. The last 2 to 3 hours have been rough. Feels longer than the entire previous 20 to 21. Great work, guys. I'm happy we had a moment where it's exactly 69, 69, 69. Yeah, me too, Riley Jean. Congrats, you guys. An inspiration to all. Well done on getting the guests. Thank you for all the hard work and put this on. Amazing work. Flounder, you're the man. Flounder saves the day again. And eat one more jelly bean. Oh, Big Wes.
Hell to the no. And as I told you last night, Chris, I'm never eating a regular jelly bean again.
No, but you'll eat a stanky one next year. You get a whole year to forget about it and cleanse the palate, my friend.
Oh, my God.
And then they'll have Series 6. They'll be completely different. It won't be... What do we got here?
Stink bug needs to go the hell away.
Stink bug, rotten egg, barf, booger. I never get booger. Stinky socks.
Booger was very bad.
Dirty dishwater.
That was very bad.
Toothpaste. Canned dog food, spoiled milk.
I'd rather not relive that. I'd rather bask in the celebration of the people who have given us so much.
Yeah. Jordan, thank you so much for the super chat. It's really nice of you. Matt, Dom, you guys rock. No, thank you, Dom. You're the guy that got us the Jerry Jacobs jersey. That's awesome of you. You came through for us. Kind of filled the gap that we didn't, and that's really cool. Love you looking out like that for us. Dave, Chris Jeff, you are incredible. Congrats on making it. Thank you. Flounder, heart. Rock. This is so much fun. 901. Riz, we did it. Should we stop? Should we just keep going?
As much as I love y'all, I am ready to stop.
One last toast.
Cheers.
To everybody who's made this possible. Thank you all. You're the best people ever. Cheers all. With that, this year's St. Jude 24-hour podcast telethon is over. We did it. I look great. Riz is wiped out. You know, what are you going to do? I had to get a last slide dry, but thank you everybody for everything. We appreciate all you did to make this possible. We love you. And next show, next Friday with Tony T.O. Ortiz. And we'll talk to you all soon. Thank you.